Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. It is the earliest live stream that we've ever had. It is 5:50 a.m. and we are very close to landfall with Hurricane Debby, which is now a Category 1 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. Pressure's down to 979 millibars. It is a storm that has intensified overnight, and the eye is literally about to make landfall here near Horseshoe Beach, Florida. A little bit further east than forecasted, which is what we kind of talked about last night, and I kind of thought this might happen, where it makes landfall somewhere just south of Perry. So that's been pretty much on track for forecast. It is a fairly large eye that you can see here on just reflectivity. There are several live cameras. We have several storm chasers that are all within the eye wall right now that we're going to be covering, for several hours here up until probably at least 10 or 11 o'clock this morning, and then we'll see what happens after that. I am running off about 4.5 hours of sleep. I did not get great sleep at all last night for many reasons, and so we're going to see how today goes. I am I'm like 80% awake, I'd say right now. We've been awake for about 40 minutes now, so we'll see how today goes. We're going to start with the live cameras. We have a lot of different live views right now of Debby, and we're gonna have, again, we have like almost a half a dozen storm chasers today, and we have several live cameras on the Radar Omega app, which is sponsoring today's stream. We have 4 different mesovorts, which are literally right on the beach. These are going to be very useful for seeing the storm surge that's happening right now and what's going to be coming over the next several hours, as we are expecting some pretty incredible views here right along the beach. It is still nighttime. Obviously the sun has not gone up yet. We're still well into dusk right now. I think the sun rises here in about an hour or so we're not going to see a whole lot unless we get some good lighting, but we're going to go beach by beach here. We're going to start with Keaton Beach, Florida. This is back over just south of Perry. This is our furthest northern camera on the Radar Omega app that we have. You might remember last night this area looked pretty, it looked like normal beach, right? If you remember last night, I'm going to try to find let me pull up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull up last night's live stream. I'm gonna show you guys what it looked like last night, because this will look way different when you see the actual image beforehand. Give me 1 second on that. Let me find where this camera is. One moment, por favor. But this is live in Keaton Beach, Florida, and you'll see what I'm talking about here in a second. I gotta find when I put cameras up on the board here. Where is the cameras? It's kind of hard to find when I actually use these cameras. All right, it's right here. All right, so this is what it looked like last night. All right, this is what it looked like. This is exactly what Keaton Beach, Florida looked like last night. All right, it looked like a normal beach, right? There's nothing out of the ordinary here. It just looked like a normal beach. Got a little house or whatever this is. I don't even think it's a house. I think it's just like a park or whatever. Right there, you got some cars on the right side of your screen, that sort of thing. All right, that was last night. This is what it looks like right now. You'll see the before and after just purely by looking right here. This is all water in the middle of your screen. This camera has not moved. So we have a lot of storm surge that has come up here into the bay of Keaton Beach, Florida. That is obviously packing a punch when it probably comes to damage. We don't really see a whole lot right now, but that storm surge has all gone up here into the beach. This is where the parking lot is. You can't even really see anybody there. I don't see any cars. I think all the cars left last night. You got that little building there in the background. So obviously the storm surge is definitely up there. Not sure how high it is. We really can't tell from this angle, but the forecast was up to 6 to 10 feet of storm surge would be possible in this area. So that is one thing to keep in mind there. Very solid live shot there back over in Keaton Beach, Florida on the Project Mesovort on the Radar Omega app. And by the way, you can watch all these cameras in the app with the top link in the description below if you are a subscriber on the app. This is what we're looking at in Steichen. I think this is, Steinhatchee, Florida. This is an interactive live cam. Again, can't really see much right now. It's just, again, it's pretty dark out there, but you can kind of see the water down here. This is where the ocean is. I'm not really seeing a whole lot compared to last night that looks really different, but as the sun comes up, we might see a little bit more of what's actually happening out there. And as mentioned before, the eye is going to be making landfall probably in the next hour or two. It's really not far from landfall. This is making landfall about 4 hours earlier than I thought it would make landfall, which is, quite sad because unfortunately, we had to get up at 5 a.m. and have to go live at about 6. That's what we're looking at over in Horseshoe Beach. Again, can't see much, but you can see at the bottom of your screen those waves that are coming ashore. I'm going to see if I can find a image from this part of Florida from last night. I'm not sure if we have a clear photo, but you can kind of see what's happening out there. Let me see if I can find a photo from last night here. This is another live camera on the Radar Omega app. There are several of them. I'm trying to see. I think we got, yeah, we got it. Okay, we got it before and after, I think. Maybe not. I don't know when I used this camera last night. It's hard to tell at nighttime, as I mentioned before. I don't see anything on this one, but we do have a before and after on the Cedar Key camera, which Cedar Key, Florida is back down here. So this is what it looks like in Cedar Key right now. Again, it is nighttime. I'm going to say that probably 25 times, but it is nighttime. This is what the live camera looked like last night in Cedar Key. Again, notice the bench, the sand, the pier, all that sort of stuff. And then when you look at it now, can't really see a huge difference, but the water is up to the bench. So you can see the bench right there. You can kind of see the waves crashing. The storm surge is still probably about an hour from being at its peak, maybe a little bit sooner than that. So we are going to see, I think, more water come up over the next hour or two here across the Big Bend of Florida. But you can kind of see those waves. They are definitely rising up here where the camera level is. The good news I'd have to say, though, is that it does not look nearly as bad as this could have been. I mean, honestly, like, again, this is a Category 1 hurricane. I was talking to Connor before I went live. I mean, like, this literally is a very mid hurricane when compared to like Beryl, for example. I think Beryl felt way stronger than this one so far from what we've seen. So obviously you'll kind of see what's happening over the next few minutes when I go to different storm chasers and what they're looking at. But overall, the wind has not been nearly as crazy, at least compared to what we saw. Now, granted, we don't have any storm chasers on the beach right now, and I'm going to kind of tell you a quick story here. All right. So Taylor County, I believe is what it's called. They had like a mandatory evacuation or something. I don't know. It was something this morning. I think it was like a curfew. Basically, all the storm chasers staying at a hotel this morning were kicked out at like 2 a.m. And at least from what I know, at least Connor was. I know Connor and Freddie were. So it has been a very long morning for many of them. They've been, got like 4 hours of sleep or something like that. And now they're out there and they've been, I think Connor's been live for almost 4 hours now. So he's been up literally since like 2 a.m. And a lot of these storm chasers are also not allowed to really get that close to the beach until I believe 6 a.m., which is in 3 minutes. So right now, a lot of the chasers are positioning and I'm not sure what their plan all is right now. I'm guessing a lot of them, though, are going to go down closer to Cedar Key. So again, you can see all these storm chasers on the Radar Omega app. There's a ton of them. We're going to filter through a lot of our storm chasers right now. We got Connor Croft. Again, you can see the wind picking up. We'll leave him on for just a second. Let me put up the audio on my other end here.
Solid. Another Croft City has power.
Hey, by the way, DMJ from becoming a member.
Maybe a little power flashes or something. It's just getting blinding now. Like,
by the way, make sure to like the stream if you're just tuning in. It does help get this out to more people. Share the stream as well if you want. Again, this stream is probably not going to have the same viewership as we usually do because it is so early in the morning. It's literally not even 6 a.m. yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow.
I cannot believe Tucker is moderating right now. I cannot believe you're up at not even 6 a.m. We do have a new tornado watch until 4 p.m., by the way. Let's quickly hop over to that. We'll go back through some of the chasers in a second. We have a new tornado watch until 4 p.m. Eastern time for Georgia and Florida. It's a pretty sizable watch. There you go. This is your new tornado watch. From Savannah, Georgia, back into Sarasota, Florida, Sebring, Orlando, Palm Coast, Spring Hill, Ocala, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Brunswick. All included in this new tornado watch until 4 p.m. Eastern time. Main concern will be a few tornadoes being possible. So that is the latest on a new tornado watch, and this has been an ongoing trend. I mean, we've had already, this is our third tornado watch in the state of Florida in the last like 24 hours, so nothing really shocking there, but the tornado watch has just basically been reissued until 4 p.m. I do think today's peak of tornado threat will probably be up here near Jacksonville and Brunswick. That's what I was thinking last night. I think that's still kind of on pace. So, all right, let's go back through storm chasers. This is again Connor Croft. They are driving eastbound. I'm going to put their thing at the bottom right of your screen. So they're near Cross City right now. They're going to be going, I think, towards Cedar Key. I could ask him, but I don't feel like bugging him after his really bad night that he had after getting kicked out of a hotel.
Mom, what's up, Connor?
All right, and this is going to be Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. Brandon Kopic is in Jenna and Steinhatchee, Florida. I'm not entirely sure exactly what we're looking at, to be honest, because, again, it's nighttime. Can't really see much, but he is right there near the beach. Like, he's not far from it. So that's Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic thrives on overnight thrillers like this one. I don't know how long he's been live for about 2 hours, so live for a while. That's Brandon Kopic, though. This is going to be back over to Storm Intermedia. I think Storm Intermedia is right behind Connor, so I think they're going the same way. Apparently apparently Stormer Media just hit 50,000 subscribers. W's for them. Apparently Garrett is sleeping. I know. So there's two of them, if you don't know. DL Scales, we got Garrett, and I think Garrett has been sleeping for the last hour. That's how thrilling this hurricane has been. This is Corey Gherkin. This is his view right now live. You can actually see a street light right there. The power did go out about 20 minutes ago here in the town of, I don't even know where he is. This is back over in Steinhatchee as well, Florida. So the power actually went out about 20 minutes ago. There was a big power flash here. Winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. And so you can see those lights, the little power lights, they're just swaying back and forth right now. How did Connor get kicked out of a hotel? It was like a curfew thing or something. I don't know. It had to do with the county. It had nothing to do with his behavior or anything like that. I bet they were sleeping when that happened. I think that's what happened. I don't know the full story, so I'm not gonna really talk much about it. But that's at least what I grasped from this this morning. All right, Stormer Media apparently too loud. Yeah, they are too loud. All right, that should be a little bit better now. I turned it down a little bit. And then we also have, I think that's it for our full screen chasers. Let's go back to here. We also have at the bottom right of your screen, we do have Tyler Kurtz, who is also in the vicinity of Steinhatchee, Florida. And then you also got PA Storm Trackers, which I'll have to full screen, but they are also out there. So we got, again, several storm chasers, basically half a dozen. We got tons of cameras right up and down the coastline.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Plenty of stuff. This is interesting. We have a tornado warning back over just to the southwest of Orlando. This is in Polk County, Florida, and that is actually pretty tight rotation, just east of Lakeland. So we could have a tornado about to drop here, so make sure if you are in this warning to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That could be on the ground right now, heading towards Polk City, Florida. Going to be approaching Interstate 4. We don't have a CC drop yet, but that is tight rotation, moving in the direction of Polk City and Green Pond, and just out the Four Corners in the track of this particular tight couplet that is moving northbound right now towards Interstate 4. Again, Polk City in the track of this, eventually going up Highway 33. If you are in this warning, get to your safe place. If you know any friends or family here, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're in their safe place. It is 6 in the morning. Many people might still be sleeping. I would usually be starting my sleep at this time. For those that are new to the channel, 4 a.m. is when I go to bed, 12 p.m. is when I get up. I got up at 5 a.m. today, so don't know what, we're in a weird schedule, but, there might be people sleeping. So if you know any friends or family in this area, definitely make sure that you give them a call or text. It is early in the morning. We could have a tornado right now moving towards Interstate 4 in Florida, eventually going towards Four Corners. I don't really see a whole lot of other rotation. There's a little bit of broad circulation near Highway 64. That is on track for Bradley Junction in the long term, but I don't see anything else that looks imminent. We'll go up a bit further into Florida here and see. A lot of this is just gonna be rain up in northern Florida. So our main tornado risk for the next couple hours will likely be here in central Florida. So basically Orlando, Four Corners, Lakeland, and northbound. So make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go, as it is going to be probably a relatively active morning when it comes to tornadoes. I think the tornado threat gets going more in the late morning though, in my opinion. Let's go back to Connor Croft for the time being. They have a pretty solid shot here. The wind's definitely picking up where they are. Some strong winds here. That's going to be probably near hurricane force winds across City, Florida. They are in the eye wall, bottom right of your screen. That's the eye wall. So they are currently in the eye wall here.
Yeah, there's lights up there.
Starting real early today. Yes, we are starting extraordinarily early. Thank you, Tammy, for becoming a member. Thank you, M7, for the $2 super chat. I've been up since you ended yesterday. Really?
Hammered right now. So if there was light, there may not
we've
be
timed
light anymore.
these hurricane streams terribly. Like we did with Hurricane the Barrel. We timed it horribly when we went live, and this is not any different, guys. This is another situation where we timed
watch out right here.
this pretty badly. I mean, I got like 4.5 hours of sleep. I have not gotten any sleep on hurricane stream.
I swear it looked like there was like something
two.
across the road. It scared me for a second, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Connor Croft right now and Kenny, who's in his car too, they are both right now going through the eye wall. This is really the most intense that we've seen it so far. Honestly, this is actually pretty crazy. Like, the wind actually looks more reminiscent of what we had with Barrel. This is definitely up there.
We got... I think we can find a good spot here.
Yeah, this honestly, in my opinion, way more reminiscent of a hurricane. We were looking earlier, like 30 minutes ago. This did not look like a hurricane at all.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe over here would be a bad spot.
Yeah, Ripper.
They still have power in this town. This is Cross City, Florida. There is no power anymore in the Steinhatchee, Florida area.
Like, how did I get in this situation?
That wind is definitely stronger. You can see it blowing left to right there on the roadway.
At least he's pointed into the wind though. It's pretty strong.
Mute the chaser. Why?
Road leads us down the horseshoe.
No standing desk yet? No, not yet. We haven't had a need for it yet. I'm probably going to get one as we go later into the summer, into the fall.
Go down a little way. Yeah,
I was gonna get one, but like we don't usually we will not have as long coverage as we used to. Like we had a whole stretch of long coverage. We'll definitely get one before next spring. I know that for a fact. I see all the leaves down the roadway there. Connor's too loud. Okay.
I feel like horseshoe.
Let me know if that's a little bit better.
The worst of the surge, probably. Although I want to say the worst of the surge is probably south of horseshoe. Might be towards Cedar Key.
Barrel was 85 to 90 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center's wrong. They might change it in the like the post survey. You never know. They might change it in the post survey. Still have a tornado warning for Polk City, Florida. Again, couplet approaching Interstate 4 right now, which is probably already full of traffic, as it always is. It's moving towards Polk City, right up Highway 33, going towards Green Pond. Rotation's not nearly as tight as before. We may have already had a tornado with this, something brief. It could still be on the ground. No CC drop, but definitely still strong enough rotation for there to be a tornado. Again, approaching Polk City, Florida. This is in Polk County, Florida, just southwest of Orlando. I'm not really seeing anything else that looks imminent for a tornado risk. And this is what Hurricane Debby, this is Hurricane Debby. I was about to say it's Tropical Storm Debby. This is what Hurricane Debby looks like right now. Again, eyewall is moving ashore. That's what Connor Croft has been going through over the last few minutes. Really, again, strong hurricane force winds in there for sure, it looks like. This is all moving inland. The eye is going to probably officially make landfall within the next hour or so. The eye is right here. I know it kind of looks like a Easter egg almost. It is, you know, this is not where it is, right? The eye is going to be right here, just southwest of where Brandon Kopic is. That is where the eye is. It's going to be moving ashore here over the next several minutes. This is what it looks like on satellite imagery, which you can't see satellites. It's too early in the morning. I'm usually up when satellite imagery works. This is what it looks like on the infrared imagery. So again, you can just see it. It's a pretty impressive hurricane. I mean, it's definitely not like, you know, super organized, but very, very strong convective activity, especially just off coast here, you know, where the eye is currently. But definitely, it definitely tried to organize. I think if Debby went up towards Tallahassee, I think this would have been closer to a Category 2 hurricane. It's at 80 mile per hour sustained winds right now, so I don't think it'll actually get there, but at least if it did go further a little west, I think it had a chance to do so. I do want to show you something, though, if we can get back that far. This was last night. Let's see if it goes back far enough. Yeah, all right, it goes back far enough. All right, this is what Debby looked like last night after we got off air. It looked a little bit like this. So, yeah. It looked interesting, and then it kind of, you know, it kept exploding after that. But just see how much, I mean, this water is literally bath water, so literally it's just exploding when it comes to thunderstorm activity. All that black is representing very cold cloud tops and white. So I mean, this has been a very impressive hurricane, no doubt about it. No doubt about that. But if you guys don't see it clear enough on here, let me just show you a different photo. I mean, this is what Debby looked like last night at about 9, or not even 9 o'clock. It was like 10 o'clock last night, Eastern time. So, only about 8 hours ago. If you know, you know. Debby is definitely more than a drunk hurricane, though. That's for sure. A drunkicane is what we would call it. The forecast has not really changed down the road. I haven't looked at the model since last night, but right now it is still forecasted to go back into the Atlantic Ocean and then move back inland as a tropical storm into the Carolinas. All right, let's go back to Storm Intermedia first. Storm Intermedia has a pretty good view right now of some of the damage. Actually, let's go back to Connor. Connor actually has a better view. This is Connor Croft.
Cross City's just going nuts.
He's right over in Cross City, Florida right now.
That. It's like a double.
How far north is this going? I mean, it's going to start turning to the east here soon. As it goes towards Georgia. It's slowing down a lot, though. So, like, the landfall actually might not be for, like, another hour. It might even be a bit longer. Which means the storm surge actually could get worse, and we could have crazier cameras right on the coastline. Again, sun does not rise here for a little bit. Let me check when sunrise is.
A little bit east. Again. Yeah, we'll be right back in.
Street flooding here, too.
Cross City, Florida sunrise is 6:55 a.m. We should start to see some daylight in about 20 minutes. So we have, again, 4 cameras right on the beach on the Radar Omega app, and we're definitely going to see what they look like right around and just before sunrise. I might have said sunset, I meant sunrise.
On this road,
I mean, honestly, it's like for some reason.
Kind of see what it looks like out there.
Oh, there's some fire flashes. Oh my god.
Big wind gust here.
We're definitely in the
go back to Storm Order Media. That's what they're looking at right now. A lot of leaves on the ground, obviously high winds. What weather radar is this? This is the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. This raspberry iced tea is so good.
Strongest part is right now. As of 1 minute.
Get a coffee? I don't drink coffee.
Just to our
I'm not sure if it would really do anything to me anyways.
Just like barely.
I never want to see that face again. Why wouldn't you? Looked fantastic. Imagine somebody just woke up and they looked, that's the first thing they saw on my stream. Was that image? First thing you see when you click on the stream is this. Oh man, it's so dumb. Alright, let's see if we have any new views on these cameras. This is in Keaton Beach, Florida. Very windy right now. Again, you really can't see much right now. It's too dark outside, but the water is now on the beach. Definitely some storm surge here. Back over in Steinhatchee, Florida. Water's definitely up there. I can't tell how high it is, but it is definitely gone up quite a bit. It's up a few feet, at least. Again, storm surge up to 6 to 10 feet was expected, so, in this area. Horseshoe Beach, Florida might have the craziest camera view, but we can't see anything right now. It's hard probably for you guys to see what's happening, but you can see the waves. You can make brief outlines of them, all right? There's one right there. You can clearly see it. Like, this camera yesterday was definitely not looking at waves like this. Like, this was an area that you could, you know, look out and you could basically see the entire beach. The water is very high here. It's almost up to the camera. Again, we'll have a better view within the half hour, I think, once the sun starts to rise. There's just no natural light, or even in general, even some, you know, any light in general that we can actually see, you know, a clear view right now on the beach. But just know that this camera has a very solid shot right now of the storm surge. It's just, again, you can kind of see the waves. Again, if I could show you a before photo, I would. I just don't know if I have a before photo of this camera. For some reason, I couldn't find it. I'm going to try again and see if I can find a before shot of this camera. Let me see if I can find one. We looked at this yesterday on the live stream. For some reason I can't picture what this camera looked like yesterday. Oh, okay. This is it. There we go. All right, this is what it looked like. This is what this place should look like during the day. So this is the exact camera that we're looking at right now. It's a night and day difference, basically. Yeah, you could see the rope, kind of. So, oops, I just clicked play. All right, nice. This is my live stream from yesterday. This, like, whatever this is, this line you could kind of see on there, it's looking the same direction. All that water has come over the rocks. So there's definitely storm surge. Again, once the sun comes up, we'll have a better view of this. But for now, this is what it looks like. Like, it's a night and day difference. The water is definitely higher, at least by a few feet. That little rope that I just pointed out, that's right there. So, just kind of comparing, contrasting the two views. Well, for the record, Adalia had a peak storm surge of 13 feet, and they were forecasted to get between 12 and 16 feet of storm surge with Adalia last year in this area. This year, it's 6 to 10 feet. Who knows how high it'll actually be, but, you know, when you compare and contrast, Adalia was actually technically worse. This is Cedar Key, Florida. Again, all these cameras that we're looking at are on the Radar Omega app. These are the Project Mesovort cameras. Again, you can download it with the top link in the description below, and if you get a subscription on the app, you have access to these various Project Mesovorts. There are 4 different cameras up and down the Big Bend of Florida. Again, this is Cedar Key, Florida, which will, again, have a better view here soon. There's a bench right there that you can see the water is now getting up to. That is not normal, by the way, and so we'll have a better view. There's also a pier right there that you can kind of see in the background. That's what that is up there. There's also a parking lot. Storm surge here does not look nearly as bad, though, as, like, you know, Horseshoe Beach, for example. Storm surge in Horseshoe Beach looks by far worse than this. So, but we'll see what happens. Looking at velocities on radar, they do indicate upwards of like 90-mile-per-hour winds on the north side across city. I don't know if I really buy 90-mile-per-hour winds with that. I think that's just elevated winds. I still think it's probably closer to 75 to 80. So that's what we're looking at right now there. But again, we will go back to some of the storm chasers that we have in a moment. I'm going to see if we have any new updates on Twitter. If you guys do see anything on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to like the stream and subscribe if you're new to the channel. We'll keep you posted with Hurricane Debby as it makes landfall. Again, it has not yet made landfall. I will let you know when it officially makes landfall. It is going to probably still be another 30 minutes to an hour because the eye is not here. I know, again, it looks like an Easter egg. All right, this is not the eye. The eye is back over here where we see that counterclockwise spin in action. This is where the eye is. This opening over here is not a double eye. All right, it's not. This is the eye. It's right there. So we are still probably right now about, I would guesstimate we're probably about an hour from landfall, which means that the storm surge will just keep getting worse in these areas. And so we'll have a better view here soon of what it looks like out there. Going back to Connor Croft, I think, or Storm Intermedia, never mind. This is back to Storm Intermedia. They are in the eye wall right now. Or very close to it. The wind is still pretty strong here. And apparently Brandon Kopic, I think, just had a power flash. I think. I don't know who this was.
Lisa, thank you so much.
This is, like, live.
Yeah, we are headed branch.
There was a power flash. We should see it in a second.
We're headed southbound on 19.
Brandon Kopic is also on YouTube and Radar Omega. Top link in the description below for Radar Omega. I don't know if it was Corey Gherkin or it was Brandon Kopic. I low-key don't know.
So it's probably going to landfall in Keaton Beach again.
I think it was Corey. All right, let's go to Corey real quick.
Tree on the road.
And let me. I can't go back in time. But there's also a tree on the road, I think, up here. Toward east of tad, it did. Do you like Reed Timmer? Yeah, I mean, we're cool. I'm pretty cool with everybody, to be honest, here on YouTube. There isn't really anybody. I'm like, you know, I like everybody. Apparently, me and Reed Timmer might end up getting lunch or dinner one of these days. He's in Florida.
Brian, how you doing this morning?
This raspberry tea is hitting so hard right now. It tastes amazing. Alright, let's back over to Connor Croft.
Coming these little waves.
Right near the eye wall in Cross City, Florida.
Yeah, I know. Like building in there, right over across.
I'm putting an X on the bottom right of your screen to show you where they are. So it's gonna be that right there. On the east side of the eye wall. What about Ryan Hall? Yeah, we're friends too. Yeah, we're chill.
It just means there won't be a lot of people.
He invited me to tour the weather house at some point. I don't know when I'm ever going up there to Kentucky, to be honest. Like, I have no clue when I'm going up there.
Coming right at us.
I don't know if I've ever been in the state of Kentucky in my life. Like, low-key. Maybe once when I was, like, moving or something. Thank you, JK, for the $2 super chat. From Arizona. Arizona, Florida? Bro, it's like 3 a.m. there right now. It's wild.
Dude.
I think everybody knows this at this point, but I woke up literally at 5 a.m. I usually go to bed on a normal night at 4 a.m. So, you know. Just kind of compare and contrast. We're kind of on opposite ends today when it comes to our sleep schedule. It is definitely chalked.
When I go to Cross City, maybe take 351 north.
Yeah, I'm down.
That might be a better option, I'm not sure.
I mean, we could run that, or like, I mean, yeah, that would just follow the track of the eye.
Yeah.
We're gonna go back through some of these people real quick. This is back to Storm Intermedia. Driving through the eye wall right now. Winds are definitely picking up. How's it going, Marty? Just woke up to the power off in Tallahassee, Florida. It's super calm at the moment. Well, at least it's calm. I mean, there isn't much even happening up there, really. Thank you, Ike, for the super chat. What brand of raspberry tea? It's Snapple. Talking like Tim the Tatman. Low-key, chalked, and cracked. When did I ever say cracked? What? Definitely seems like the storm got overhyped. I don't know. I'm not really sure what to think of it yet. I think we'll know more once the sun rises, because again, we have 4 cameras right along the beach. Like, it'll be interesting to see what it looks like out there. Yeah, I'm very curious to see, because again, these are like the best cameras that we have. I don't think there's any better shots on YouTube of, you know, being on the beach here. There might be a few, but like, these are literally storm surge cameras that Radar Omega has, all 4 of these. Unfortunately, this made landfall, or is making landfall way earlier than I expected. I thought this would make landfall at like 10. It's 6:30. It hasn't made landfall yet, but it's probably gonna make landfall by 7:30. So like these cameras here, these are gonna have great shots of the storm surge. I'm very curious to see what it looks like in 30 minutes, because the sun's going to start rising here soon. It's not really brighter yet. The sun rises at like 6:50, 6:55 in this area. So yeah, I mean, it'll be very interesting to see what it looks like out there. It's a little bit too hard to tell still what's happening, but I'm very curious to see how bad the storm surge is. Now, with that said, I don't really think this is overhyped. Well, it was overhyped by a lot of people. All right, like, you know, I feel like we did a pretty good job of covering it. Honestly, I don't feel like we've overhyped it that much. I know that there have been people that have overhyped the crap out of this, saying it would be like a Cat 3. I don't know why. It's just typical for people to, you know, hype up stuff like that and say it's a Cat 3. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But people do it on YouTube for clicks and all that. I mean, you know, it's pretty typical. But you know, I feel like we've done a pretty good job communicating the message of what would happen, and honestly, it is like a tad weaker than I thought it might be compared to yesterday. I thought it had a chance to actually get to near Cat 2 level, but it hasn't. It's at 80-mile-per-hour sustained winds, pressure at 979. Now, I want to tell you guys, about 3 or 4 days ago, I messaged somebody on Twitter about my forecast, and I literally said, let me find where it says it here. I said, I think it'll make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. This is on Friday. It's Monday. On Friday, I said, I think it'll make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida as a Category 1 maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, pressure near 979, bold prediction. If nothing changes between now and landfall, that is literally a spot-on prediction. And this is on Friday. This is, you know, 3 days ago. And that was 5 o'clock on a Friday. Which, it's kind of crazy that my prediction might actually be, like, literally spot on. And initially, I think they had it forecasted to make landfall in, like, Tampa or something on Friday, so. Sheesh. Alright. Category 6 on TikTok? Yeah, absolutely. Category 6 hurricane. In the making. Here's another view on infrared imagery of Debby. A little loop for you. I'm going to show you guys real quickly the models. And give you guys an idea of what's happening after this real quick. Actually, we'll do this first. This is the storm surge forecast. Again, we are going to be having those cameras. Then I'll have a better view here pretty soon. Again, up to 10 feet of storm surge possible. Up and down the Big Bend of Florida. That is currently happening, and it will be happening for the next several hours. The rainfall forecast has been bumped up again. So back over in South Carolina near Charleston and Savannah, a hydrological complete, you know, mess is expected, potentially catastrophic flooding expected in South Carolina as we go into the work week, and that starts today and goes all the way through Thursday and Friday. Upwards of 30 inches of rain will be possible in parts of the Carolinas. I think we will have another live stream coverage about Debby in the future. Like, I don't think this is gonna be our only one. A lot of the models right now, just for reference, are all over the place. Again, there are about half of the models that bring this back northeast towards New England, and that would be by like Saturday or Sunday. way. Some models are bringing, like, almost about half of them are bringing it back to the west as well, into Georgia and South Carolina, and then a couple still bring it back into the Gulf of Mexico. So there's still a big split here where Debby will go. I still have a feeling this will go up the coast a bit, but yeah, you know, we'll kind of wait and see what happens. But that's something to just kind of keep in mind. But overall intensity of this, not really expected to get too much stronger than what it already has been. It could be around a tropical storm or near Cat 1 in the Atlantic Ocean if it does go back into the Atlantic, but we'll have to, you know, again, wait and see. Alright, let's go back to Storm Intermedia first. Again, this is them near the eye wall right now, near Cross City, Florida.
Rip that door there for a second.
Dang.
This is Connor Croft.
That was wild.
I just started opening the door here. I'm like,
That was wild.
3,800 watching and not even 900 likes. Tough crowd, I know. Why don't we have more likes? Get the like count up, guys. Come on. Get to 1,000 at least. I don't really care, to be honest. Okay. Brandon Kopic has a tree down. Did not expect to go to Brandon with a tree down, but I guess we got one. That's the first tree fully down, I think, that we've seen. I think Corey had one, too. Shout out to Brandon Kopic, by the way. He does have a chainsaw. And there it is, actually. He does have a chainsaw. So he's gonna get that tree out of the way. Brandon Kopic is a goat. A storm chaser. Getting that tree out of the road. W's in the chat for Brandon. He is on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. Links to those are in the description. It's a tree intercept. This is also Corey Gherkin. We'll go back to live radar for the time being. All right. Sun still has not gone up yet. We're patiently awaiting the sun going up because we got several live cameras on the Radar Omega app that are available to subscribers that, you know, we might see something. You know, we might see some interesting stuff. Again, the storm surge is pretty crazy here in Horseshoe Beach. I just wish the sun was out. You could see it better if it was. Apparently, Connor may have just had a tornado, by the way. Or something.
Right here it is.
Or a mesovort or something. Let's go.
Whoa!
Dude,
stay with him for a second.
Right here. What the?
Or the wind just changed directions, maybe entirely? I don't know.
Hear the roar coming in. Look at that.
They're back over on the east side of the eye wall. They're near Cross City, Florida.
Here.
Huh.
What even is this?
I don't know. It's like all of a sudden we're in a hurricane, you know?
Yeah, it's like we're back in a hurricane.
Look at the parking lot over there that the gas station's getting.
It's usually a lot brighter blue here by now. Yeah, I mean, just the cloud cover is going to play with the sun a little bit here.
Yeah,
it
just on top.
It'll be a little bit delayed.
Yeah, just like a random part of the eye wall just formed and just out there trying to take a pee and just.
I successfully got mine in.
That guy just. We're just tripping.
Wow, look at it rip. Look at it right here. You can see it over the roof.
Wow, this is definitely some high winds.
Lighting right here.
Might be able to go down
there a little bit. See it very clearly here, the eye wall.
Oh, dude, look, it looks crazy right here.
Near Cross City, Florida. Look at that wind whip. This is pretty strong too.
Oh, yeah,
it's probably hurricane force winds now here.
I mean, this is like hurricane.
According to a report in chat, Leesburg power just died in Florida.
Came out of nothing.
This is in Cross City. This is in Cross City, guys.
Yep,
Cross City, Florida.
Cross City, Florida.
We managed to get into the eastern eye wall. So you guys, most of you guys know, but originally we were positioned near Keaton Beach, and then the cops kicked us out. But we've been managing.
Yep.
We've been managing.
We got out though unscathed. So.
Yeah. Wow.
It's just ripping here, just
pure ripper.
Yeah, for those that didn't already hear, Connor Croft, they got kicked out of their area at like 2 a.m. this morning. So yeah, they went live pretty early today. It's still Cat 1. It is a hurricane. Yeah, it's a Category 1 hurricane still.
Wow.
Wow.
Got debris.
Got debris hitting the side of my car.
Wind is definitely surging right now here in Cross City, Florida. This is definitely the worst that we've seen it so far. Thank you, Guardian, for the $20 super sticker. Appreciate the generosity.
Oh my gosh.
Sun is starting to rise.
Kicked out for what? I think it was a curfew or something.
I don't know, it's back behind, I think, somewhere. Oh, right behind us.
What was that?
That was a power flash, I think, bro.
Or a gunshot or what?
That sounded like a gunshot.
Dude, turn around real quick.
That sounded like
what
a
the heck was
gunshot,
that, bro?
bro?
I've never heard a power flash sound like that.
That sounded like a gunshot.
Bro, what?
That sounded like a firework or a gunshot, bro.
Dude, crazy.
Maybe Tyler's here.
Bro, what?
I'm super late.
Gosh,
I'm
dude,
super
that was
early.
wild.
We started our live stream at like 5:50 a.m.
The transformer just exploded.
I think
Like,
something blew
I don't really
behind
expect
us.
you guys to be on
Something
the stream that early in the day.
I saw the
Like
flash.
we never go live this early. Like literally never.
What was that?
So my car's just getting riddled with debris.
Something else just hit
Connor
the
apparently
car.
has a Connor 2.0 in the car with him. It's Freddie McKinney.
What the heck
They're
is
both
going on
chasing
here,
together.
man?
The dream team is chasing.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
What the heck?
That was.
I just
very
called off
random
just to
and-
watch this.
That was crazy.
Bruh. This guy called out of work just to
Now we
watch
gotta
our
follow
stream.
it back,
Wild.
use the tab thing.
I still got action.
Is it stalling? It's slowing down. It's not really. It's not gonna stall probably until like late
yeah, I
tonight.
was too slow on the deployment, so.
Max 24-hour stream when?
See it.
I don't think that's ever happening. If that ever happens,
Mistake.
I've probably lost my mind.
It's starting to get light out.
I don't know if I could do a 24-hour
Sun is
stream.
starting to
That would be a
We're gonna have to
lot of
risk it
effort.
in Mesovort here.
I would
Go
need
back to
somebody
the
else
DG
to be
real
with me
quick.
for that.
Okay.
Like, it cannot just be a solo 24-hour stream. I
Might
could
have to
probably
risk
actually
my
do
life
it. It's
here,
just, I mean, our
because
longest
I won't
stream ever
probably
was
have an
16 hours.
opportunity to, deploy
And that was
for
when
a
we were
while,
covering
so.
like a tornado outbreak.
You're gonna have to put down the probe.
Yep, we're gonna have to
24-hour stream in a
sample
million.
this,
It would depend on like what the weather actually is. Like it would have to be something that I could actually be alive for 24 hours for. You know, velocities are being measured near almost 100 miles per hour near Cross City, Florida. Granted, again, that's higher up into the atmosphere, but the winds are definitely the highest, I think, where Connor Croft and several other storm chasers are on the Radar Omega app. Unfortunately, the first Project Mesovort camera has gone out. I'm not sure if this one's going to come back or not, but the Steinhatchee, Florida camera is out. And I'm kind of surprised, but it was probably because of a power flash or something. Because all the other three are still up and going. So let's hope it stays that way. Again, we're hoping the sun rises here soon so we have a better view of these cameras. They are right on the beach. These are the best cameras that we're going to have. Again, if you're a subscriber of the Radar Omega app, you can see all of these inside of the app. This is, again, live shot in Cedar Key, Florida. Can't see much, but you can see the pier here in the background. So that's the pier. This is a bench right here. This is where the water's at. So the water's definitely getting up there quite a bit. But not nearly as bad as Horseshoe Beach. Horseshoe Beach is way worse. I mean, wow. You can see it. Like, I'm going to try to zoom in and zoom out of this. Look at the top of your screen. Horseshoe Beach is really getting hammered with storm surge right now. This is getting much worse over time. This camera has the potential to go out here within the next hour. There is a little line here that you can see. This is all the water coming ashore. Again, the water should be back here somewhere, and that should be like out in the bay. There's actually grass right here. And you can't even see that. It is actually kind of unbelievable. I'm going to put that on the left side of your screen. Just going to have it kind of zoomed out there for the time being. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. The pressure is being measured at 990 millibars there at Horseshoe Beach. This is also back over in Keaton Beach, Florida. Which, again, the water's gone up a lot. Like, this used to be a beach here. Now it's just all water. This is just all water here. Connor thinks this is basically identical to a Dahlia. So, that's what he's saying.
definitely similar.
Dahlia was like a Cat 3, I think, on Landfall, or was close to it. Let's go back to Connor.
Everybody.
Yeah.
We're probably getting some East Coast viewers trickling in here, so good morning. What is it, 6:34 a.m. Eastern Time, Cross City, Florida.
I think these
here.
cameras will go underwater soon. I think if one does go underwater, it would be the Horseshoe Beach one. I'm really hoping the sun rises like quicker. Like, let's just get this Earth orbiting. Let's get the Earth orbiting a little bit quicker. Like, I just want to see what it looks like with a little bit of sunlight, because it's just so hard to see right now
I felt that one.
on those cameras.
More meso.
Unfortunately, you know, they're right on the beach, and there's not any sort of like artificial light, for example, that's really gonna spark out the view until probably, you know, it'll probably be more visible in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, big blue power flash.
But the worst of the storm surge is gonna be happening in the next hour.
We're never chasing.
I know, dude. It's like.
Hey, Mr. T for the 4.99. They do not. No, I mean, it's not batteries. I don't think. I think it's just purely connection,
It's
and
still popping
you know,
off in this town.
I think it matters more about the connection.
Frost City, ground zero.
It's getting.
Connection, and also if
Kinda
it's
hammered
underwater
right
or not are the biggest two things.
It's like the next city down. I mean, there's really not a whole lot up to.
Connor versus Freddy
Brantford,
golf match?
this
What?
is
Freddy doesn't even golf.
Right here to go.
Yeah, I just don't know if they really need to.
If Freddy does come down to Florida, though, like, you know,
Our next town is for a
if
while.
we
It's not
if we all
very
meet
long.
up, me, Connor, and Freddy, we might do like a mini golf match or
Oh,
something.
yeah, like the guy who's in front of us, right?
I don't think it'll be live,
Kicked
but
out all the way back hours ago. It was a decent spot. It's decent lighting.
it might happen.
I kind of like that.
See if we can get enough.
Transformer
Well, if it
blew
went over
up.
There, that's too bright.
I think so.
At least on, yeah, mine look like that. See those trees over there on the
Let me
left.
take this down here for a second and watch my stream just tank. Wait, no, it's like all vertical.
Max versus Tiger Woods golf match. Oh
Doesn't
man.
matter.
Let's go to
Right in the eye wall still.
go back to Connor in a
Still-
second. Huge shout out to Brandon Kopic. He's picking up a tree and using a chainsaw here on the roadway. I don't know which road this is. It's gonna be Route or Highway 1998. So, huge shout out to Brandon there. Am I safe? I should be.
I think
I
we're forbidden
mean,
from
honestly,
there.
the one thing is, I could still lose
No,
power
I think
here.
we're
So,
gonna
like,
stay
if the
out
if the
of
stream
town.
goes out at any point for any reason, which I doubt it
Not
will, but if
even
it
just
does,
because
like,
that,
you know,
but
just
it's
know
not
that it's
really
because
that.
of
It's only
Right.
Debby.
Taylor County, so.
Yeah.
Brandon still got a year left. I'm not in it right now.
Hit
It's summer.
80,000 subscribers this stream, so if you're just tuning in, thank you guys.
Wow, you're
Where?
Gas station's getting ripped.
Whoa.
You have a update on power outages in Florida. All the red indicating where the bulk of the power outages are right now. Back up in the Big Bend for the most part, and even near Central Florida, near Orlando, we got some power outages. Most numerous back over in the Big Bend, which is to be expected. About 180,000 people currently without power in the state of Florida. That number will probably only go up from here. So that number is still ways away from going up. You have a new National Hurricane Center update at 6 o'clock, which is like 40 minutes ago. Just a couple updates. I mean, this isn't really any new information, but Doppler radar images from Tallahassee indicate that Debby is close to making landfall in the Florida Big Bend region. The northern and eastern portions of the eye wall are already on shore, which was what we've been seeing with Connor Croft and several other storm chasers. And it'll be making landfall later this morning. Data from the Air Force Hurricane Hunters indicate that the minimum pressure is at 979 millibars, and the maximum winds are still estimated around 80 miles per hour. And apparently the NOST station, which is the National Ocean Service Tide station in Cedar Key, recently reported a water level of 4.6 feet above mean higher high water level. I don't know if that was a typo, but yeah, that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center as of 6. We'll have another update in 20 minutes.
Yeah, as long as the wind's
They update
blowing,
every
so-
hour when we're close to landfall, so. And we could even have an update sooner if it does make an official landfall, so we'll see.
right here.
Is it enough?
Oh, the sun's starting to come up. You can see a little bit of a tinge of blue there in the sky. So we are starting to get some sunlight. Some W's in the chat. The sun has decided to come up today.
In front of us.
Oh, that's
Yeah, it's just that thing, yeah.
sound like
Let's go back to live radar for the time being. And we're going to check out some of these cameras, see if we have any better view yet. All right, we're starting to see a little bit more out there. This is Cedar Key, Florida. A little bit better of a view. It's gonna gradually improve as the sun comes up. Again, this is where storm surge is upwards of 4 to 5 feet already this morning. I mean, the water's already up to this bench. It's up quite a bit. You got a pier right here. This pier should be more visible in like 10 to 20 minutes. This is Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Again, Horseshoe Beach, probably the craziest camera that we have, and we just can't see it fully yet, but it's definitely one of the crazier cameras. Huge shout out, by the way, to Bree and the dog for watching us on the channel. Big W. Watching our coverage on the TV. Yeah, this is definitely way higher than last night. Again, if you remember last night, this was all grass here. And this water's definitely up there. This is some pretty serious storm surge, actually, in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. This is our only other camera for the time being. This is Keaton Beach, Florida. Water has gone up a bit. Also, Connor's getting a surge of wind right now.
Yeah, it just like got...
Again, they're still in the eye wall back over in Cross City, right side of your screen.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Holy cow.
The tree might go down.
Wind's really picking up again.
Nuts out here.
Well, I don't even know where that.
It's back over in the eastern eye wall in Cross City, Florida.
On the roof.
Yeah, just like got folded up on the roof. Huh.
Dahlia was not a Cat 5. It wasn't. Who said that? Oh, somebody said that.
Dude,
Or,
yeah, we're starting to get some light in here.
who's saying a Dahlia was a Cat 5 on Landfall? We're they might be thinking about Ian, actually. Because Ian, I think, was technically after, like... Or it was before Landfall. After, like, you know, post-analysis.
Oh my god. Oh.
The wind's definitely pretty strong here. This is going to be some of the strongest wind that we're going to see. Is probably going to be in the next hour.
That was a decent guess.
Here in Cross City, Florida, and even back down near Horseshoe Beach.
The awning itself is pretty sturdy.
Yeah,
it's just
it looks locked.
It's just the piece that was just kind of wrapping around that. Just getting these periodic, just crazy. Now the sun's starting to come up now, so like that might actually make things a little easier for us, like viewing wise.
Right.
Why do those cameras not show up on the Radar Omega app? You have to be a subscriber on the app. You need to have a subscription, which start from like $4.99 a month. If you are a subscriber, you just have to turn them on from the Project Mesovort in the Cyclone Port Network tab.
Yeah,
It just got lucky. It folded in the...
I thought it was gonna just peel off.
Is there gonna be any drunk NATOs today? Tropical storms and hurricanes don't usually produce drunk NATOs, because we would have to have like a full-blown actual, like, you know, a storm that just stalls. These are all moving pretty fast. I gotta say though, we have a lot of rotation right now just east of Jacksonville, Florida. Potential for several tornadoes will exist here near Jacksonville, back through Brunswick, and just south of Savannah as we go into the next few hours. Got a lot of cells offshore, lots of couplets. Oh, we got some damage like, now. Middle of your screen.
I was just
it is just
definitely getting interesting here. Let me just go back a second.
It's hanging on by back. I feel like it's kind of wobbling back the other way now.
We'll see it here in a second.
A little more north again. Oh, there it goes.
Part of the gas station ripped off right there.
Part of it came off.
Really?
Right in Cross City, Florida. Yeah, this is Connor Croft and Freddie McKinney. They're both in the same car.
Oh, dude, we got more coming.
Yeah,
yo, Max is still on? What do you mean? We literally got up. I got up at 5 a.m. I had like 4.5 hours of sleep.
Down it goes.
Down goes.
Wow, it's done.
And there it is. It's gonna, next gust it might start blowing.
Probably will actually.
Gas station is experiencing damage now.
Down it goes.
That is some sheet metal right there.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be caught in the path of that.
No, that's not something you want to be in the path of.
I swear, it sounds like Connor and Freddie. They're like commentating a soccer game right now. Whoa!
We could. Looks open.
They should move. Nah, they're fine.
Still have over a full tank.
I don't know what's to their left, but I think they're fine because the wind's going the other way. How's it going crazy? Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning to anybody that's just tuning in. Obviously, we've been live for almost an hour now. Earliest live stream that we've ever had. Again, we've never gone live this early. I don't know the earliest time we've ever gone live, but this is definitely by far the earliest we've ever gone live. It is currently
major east
almost 7 a.m. now, but we went live at 5:45, so or about 5:50.
Haven't got another big gust since the one that took off the part of the awning here.
Like
Tyler Kurtz moments ago just had a huge power flash. I'm gonna try to get you guys footage of it. Give me 1 second. I gotta like.
Going crazy again.
I don't know if I have him set up on this.
Like,
I don't think I do. Give me 1 second. Let me. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I'm gonna try to do this. I gotta do this on the fly. I didn't have him set up on this. Not sure how far back this was. Probably right about there. Alright. This should be a big power flash right here. This is Tyler Kurtz. About 10 minutes ago.
Whoa! Whoa, huge power flash.
The audio is way too loud. I don't know if you guys could even hear me when I was talking.
Huge power flash.
But this is Tyler Kurtz from 10 minutes ago. Again, he's live on YouTube. Links in the description. But this is a huge power flash about 10 minutes ago in Cross City, Florida. I'm just going to replay one more time here.
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa, huge
crazy.
power flash.
And Connor apparently just missed a power flash. Their power just went out there as well.
Bro.
We might get more though. I mean, I guess.
I'm gonna go back a little bit so you guys can see this too. Again, we're gonna have to replay some stuff a little bit. But their power just went out here.
Oh.
Oh, big power flash to the right.
Why do we always miss it? Now the power's out. We missed the big
Back
power
over in Cross City, Florida.
And power is actually now out here.
This thing is
Gas
still
station
blowing
now without
around.
power.
Power flashes are.
We'll go back to live in real time. Thank you, Edward, for the $9.99 super chat. Yeah, I'm hoping the rain isn't as bad as it's forecasted to be. I mean, we could literally see upwards of like 30 inches of rain in some spots.
Guys, this is what it's like when you.
Hopefully it's not that bad.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the $9.99 super chat. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Like the stream. Feel free to share this with your friends or family that might be being impacted by Hurricane Debby. As we'll continue to have extensive coverage here on the channel for as long as we need to be live for, and as long as I can be live, because again, we might lose power. I have no clue. It's not something I can rule out. All right, we have better views now. This is Keaton Beach, Florida. And actually, I thought the water was up quite a bit. It doesn't look as high as I thought it was. This is all sand. So maybe the water hasn't actually gone up that much here in Keaton Beach. Now, for the record, Keaton Beach, Florida, this is on the other side of Debby. This is going to be from onshore flow. Basically meaning winds are coming like from literally on land, which means that this area here probably won't have much storm surge until after this makes landfall. So we actually might see the peak of storm surge here in like 2 or 3 hours. So interesting enough there. Back over in Horseshoe Beach, Florida, this is getting pretty intense. This camera might go out soon. The water is way higher than it should be. Like, this is way higher than it should be. We should have the water should be back in here, and this should all be grass right here, and there should be like a little rock wall. You can't even see that. This camera might literally go out here soon. This is the Radar Omega Project Mesovort. Again, if you are a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, you can check out all these cameras. They have 4 of them. 3 of them that are currently running. I think 1 has gone out fully. Again, that is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android to download the app. Then you have to become a subscriber on the app to check this out. But yeah, this is definitely the craziest camera that we have by far. Right on the water. Right in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Which, this is by far the worst storm surge that we've seen so far. This looks like an Olympic swimmer's wave pool, to be honest. What? Bruh. This is definitely intense, though, to say the least. I mean, again, we should not be able to have water this high, unless there's, like, a hurricane. This storm surge is actually pretty significant. I mean, this is probably at least 6 feet, I think. I don't really know, like, I don't have the exact number here. If anybody finds the number for Horseshoe Beach, let me know. But, like, this is definitely really high. This is way above where it was yesterday. I'm gonna try to find an image to show you guys what it looked like yesterday. This is what it looked like yesterday. Literally, when we were looking at this yesterday, this is what it should look like. So, night and day difference, literally. Which is bonkers, that it should look like this. And now it looks like an ocean. Wow. The poor fish. Yeah, this is crazy. This is like an unbelievable camera. Go back to Cedar Key real quick. This is Cedar Key, Florida. We're also getting a better view here now. There is a pier here in the background that you can kind of see, but the water is very high up now. I don't even know if the pier is there. I can't really tell. I think that's the walkout pier right there. It's not very easy to see, but the water in Cedar Key is also very up there right now. Sounds good, North Star. Appreciate it. Horseshoe Beach is not near Tampa. No, Tampa's down here. We're talking up in here in the Big Bend. The sun just keeps getting brighter, or the sky keeps getting brighter, so we can keep seeing more here. I mean, look at those waves. Wow. This is crazy. This is, again, Radar Omega, huge shout out. Like, this is crazy that they were able to put up 4 cameras, like, yesterday. And, you know, have cameras literally where the worst of the storm surge is. 5,000 viewers at 7 a.m. is crazy, Max. Congratulations. It's crazy that I got up at 5. It's crazy I got up at 5 a.m. to begin with, and it's also crazy that, you know, we're even live. I mean, usually this is when I'm, like, in the middle of sleeping. I go to bed at 4, and I get up at 12. I went to bed last night at, like, 11, woke up a few times, and I got up at, like, 5. Thank you, JK, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, this is just crazy. Crazy stuff. And as a reminder, if you're just tuning in, this is what it should look like. All right, this is the before and after. This is what it should look like right now on a normal day. This is what it looks like now. It looks very different. Storm surge is ripping in Horseshoe Beach, Florida on the Project Mesovort camera on Radar Omega. How's it going, Heather? Good morning. I don't usually say good morning to anybody because I'm usually not awake in the morning, but good morning. I'm usually sleeping. Debby is not far from Landfall, by the way. It actually might be making landfall as we speak near the Steenhatchee, Florida area. This is Connor Croft. They are in the eye wall still, or near the eye wall. The wind is still very strong there.
More?
We could technically.
Right in Cross City, Florida, where there have been several power flashes this morning.
No. Just hard to say.
Let's try it, because why not?
And then I think we'd have to come back east at some point, because then it looks like the southern side would probably shift more east, but I mean, is it just right there?
I mean, look at it up here.
Dude, it looks gnarly right there. What the
Go
heck?
back to
Just sitting.
full cam shot. Let me check if anybody else has anything right now. I mean, well, let's go to Brandon Kopic real quick. Brandon Kopic, he's on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. That's his view right now in Steenhatchee, Florida, or just east of that. I think he's near Connor. He's actually over in Cross City right now. That's a live shot there. Wind again, pretty strong. Not nearly as strong as like 20 minutes ago, but I think the wind is going to probably pick up again here soon. We also got Stormrunner Media, who has lost connection for the time being. This is Corey Gherkin. He's going south. He's actually getting closer to the beach. So it should be interesting to see what happens with him. He's going down to the south. Also got Tyler Kurtz out there. We had that power flash about 20 minutes ago in Cross City. Again, if you want to see the video, I posted it on Twitter as well. But several storm chasers. We got several live cameras. Again, all these Project Mesovorts on Radar Omega. If you're a subscriber, you can view them. This is back over in Horseshoe Beach, Florida, where it's gotten pretty wild. Crazy stuff. Where's the storm? It's currently near Steenhatchee, Florida. About to make landfall probably in the next 20 minutes. Could be sooner, could be later. We'll see. Give or take like an hour. Imagine it takes a U-turn like last second before making landfall. That'd be crazy. All right, it's official. We have officially had landfall. My alarm decided to go off for me to wake up now, apparently. It's official, though. We've officially had landfall. Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft and Doppler radar images from Tallahassee indicate that the center of Hurricane Debby has made landfall around 7 a.m. near Steenhatchee, Florida in the Big Bend. The pressure at landfall about 979 millibars, which on Friday afternoon I made a bold prediction privately in a message. I should have probably made it public, but I privately said to somebody, this is going to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds at 80 miles per hour, and pressure at 979 millibars. It is exactly that upon landfall. This has officially made landfall, though, in Florida as a hurricane. And it's just about 7 a.m., so this is literally happening as we speak. The eye is right about here, moving inland near Steenhatchee, Florida, again, as a Category 1 hurricane. Obviously, you might think it's over. Well, it's not. We're probably going to be live here for, like, at least 4 more hours. It's probably going to be a long stream with how many things are going to be happening. But landfall's officially happened. It's not going to weaken very fast. Keep that in mind. It's going to probably be a hurricane up, like, for, like, another 3 hours. So we should continue to see hurricane conditions for the next several hours. We're going to post that on Twitter if you want to retweet it. I'm going to try to post that real quick. That is now posted on our Twitter page. If you want to retweet or like or whatever you want to do, if you really want to do anything. Is Debby going to hit France? What? Back over to Connor Croft. They are going closer to... They're going actually into the eye, it looks like, but they might be doing a U-turn here. Looked like they were originally going down to the beach. Go back to a live shot here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida on the Radar Omega app. Again, if you're a subscriber in the app, you can see these cameras right along the beach. It's the top link in the description below, the Project Mesovorts. Still very high water. This is not normal. Again, there's a palm tree on the left side of your screen that literally should be on grass. It is, but, you know, this water's so high up right now. I got a meme for this one. When max velocity has to wake up at 5 a.m. to cover a hurricane. I don't even know who took that screenshot. That's kind of funny, though. Where's the camera? It's Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Kite surfing? Bro, who's going surfing in this? There's no shot. Thoughts on covering international stuff like typhoons? I probably wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe in the future, but not something I'm currently interested in doing. It would be a lot of work to cover international stuff. Actually got a lot of leaves down. Look at this. This is Connor Croft with Freddie McKinney.
Well, until that was a catastrophe.
There on the ground. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's official. Debby has now made landfall in the state of Florida. This happened moments ago. This happened literally within the last 5 minutes. It has now officially made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. Pressure of 979 millibars. At 7 a.m. in the Big Bend of Florida. That is pretty crazy stuff. That, I mean, I'm not going to talk too much about it, but, like, literally the fact that I even, like, said this, 3 days ago that would make landfall at that pressure and that wind speed and stuff is bonkers. Literally exact. And also in the Big Bend of Florida. I didn't say, like, a specific location, but still pretty crazy. Maybe it was just a lucky guess, who knows. Thank you, Douglas, by the way, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Back to Horseshoe Beach, Florida. He's just that guy. I'm just that guy. Literally. I'm just built different. Wow, wind's really picking up again. This is Connor Croft. Wind's picking up again. Near the eye wall.
Now 7:02 a.m.
Near Cross City, Florida.
Go in the eye wall.
My condo association does not allow tornadoes. Heavy fines.
Tense up here. I feel like.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the report.
Right
Appreciate that.
now it's back right over Cross City.
Right back in and out.
Right in the eye wall, though, right now, near Cross City, Florida. Probably going to be near the peak of winds that we're going to see here from
Kind of reminds
Debby.
me of like Perry last year. Definitely just maybe not quite as wild, but
Thank you, Corey, for the $2 super chat. And your alarm went off directly at landfall. I'm glad I woke up at 5 a.m. because I was actually going to go live at like 7:30 probably today. Good thing we went live like an hour and a half earlier.
Right here.
Or hour 15 minutes earlier than that. Wow, big tree down right there.
That's it. Took the line down. Yep.
That's it.
Power's still functioning though.
That was it.
Somehow power is still on here in this town.
And McDonald's still open?
I guess.
Was that McDonald's actually open? It'd be crazy if that McDonald's is open.
Crazy. See if anything. Let's see if we can get anything to happen with the McDonald's. See the McDonald's flag.
No severe warnings for this? I mean, it's not severe weather. It's a
McDonald's
hurricane. It's different.
I don't know.
They don't put severe thunderstorm warnings out for hurricanes.
2 minutes
Unless there's like
nap.
something in the outer bands or something.
2-minute rest.
There's a reason why they have hurricane warnings in effect. Wow, look at that wind. This is definitely very strong winds. It's open. It looks open. I mean, there's literally cars parked there. Lights are on. This thing not producing tornadoes. I think the tornado threat will get going later this morning. There is a slight risk for tornadoes today, so it should get going later today. We are going to be going 5 days in a row without drinking Diet Coke, by the way. We're making it a thing today. You guys, do you have any photos, videos? You can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And this is live Connor Croft in Cross City, Florida, near the eye wall. Winds are whipping here at the McDonald's. I'll take a McGriddle meal. I'll take a McGritty meal. Yeah, Connor is like just east of the eye. He's in the eye wall right now, technically. Technically. Wind is definitely still pretty strong though. I'm not sure if we have any other chasers with anything interesting. Let me look. Yeah, everybody has pretty good views. I mean, this is just a good view of the wind in general. It's Debby with a Y. Reed Timmer, apparently, his thumbnail yesterday said Debby with an IE. Connor had a whole story about that, but yeah. Definitely not the spelling. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below if you're new. Like the stream also to help get this out to more people. You can share the stream with other people, friends, family, if you know anybody in the area. You'll have live coverage probably for the next several hours. I don't think we're really going to be going anywhere anytime soon. There's still a lot of stuff happening. One of the craziest things is on the Project Mesovort camera on the Radar Omega app, which is available to subscribers on the app. You got 3 different cameras. This is the water rising here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Just, again, crazy stuff here. I mean, low-key. This is really crazy to see water this high from a low-end Category 1 hurricane. And as a comparison, again, this is what it looks like now. This is what it looked like yesterday. When we were live yesterday at like 5 or 6 o'clock. The water in this shot is still higher than it should be. Like, there should low-key be a beach like right here, and you can't even see it. So Culver's for breakfast? I'm not getting Culver's for breakfast, bro. I'm gonna tell Connor real quick. I don't know if he knows it mid landfall. Hurricane Debby officially made landfall, Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour winds, pressure 979. I think I predicted that like 4 days ago, too. Alright. I don't know if Connor has cell service, but he might get that soon. I don't think he has service. Just gonna check to see if we have any tornadoes or anything like that right now. Let's see. Any rotation? We are starting to see a little bit more rotation out of some of these cells here in West Florida. And this tornado threat will start to get going here over the next little while. Got several water spouts probably ongoing just east of Jacksonville. Not seeing anything, though, really, that stands out to me. That's about it. Self-glossing is high. I'm not really glossing. I mean, like, I talked to Con, like, so, for those that don't know, if you're, like, new to the channel, alright? Or maybe even if you just haven't been here. Me, Connor, and Freddie, we were talking about this for the last, like, 4 days. Like, we've been talking about this for 4 days now. Like, they've been asking for my input about what is expected to happen on Landfall, like, all that sort of stuff. And I literally straight up told them on, I think it was Friday or Saturday, I straight up told them, I'm like, this will probably be, like, a low-end Cat 1 on Landfall, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and pressure around, like, 980 or something. Like, that's basically, I said that, like, several times to them. Like, this isn't, like, I'm not, like, glossing, I'm just saying, like, literally, that was what I forecasted, you know? About 4 days ago. But they were asking for my input, that's why I said it. Low tapered fade meme. By the way, I do want to mention, if you did see my Twitter page last night, I did make a post about it, but apparently a post that was supposed to post at like 5 o'clock yesterday decided to post at like almost 11 last night for a tornado being on the ground. So hopefully there was no confusion there, but I was literally sleeping when that happened. Where's that live cam? It's in Horseshoe Beach, Florida, on the Radar Omega app. I actually got some debris right there. Like wood floating. Apparently Connor was sleeping when they got that message. Or he was trying to sleep or something. Apparently they were like trying to fall asleep. I am so sorry, bro. Did not mean to do that. I did not know they were trying to sleep. So people are saying in their chat like they were barely like trying to take a nap. That is so unfortunate. They have not had a great morning, as I have mentioned a few times. They only got like 3 hours of sleep, I think. They're not in great shape. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, Hurricane Debby did make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Again, maximum sustained winds near 80 miles per hour, pressure of 979. Again, this is continuing to make an appearance here near Cross City, Florida, the worst of the impacts in the eye wall. That's where we have maximum sustained winds that could be as high as 80 miles per hour, wind gusts that could be as high as 90, 95 miles per hour, maybe even up here 100 miles per hour. Again, we still got 4 Radar Omega cyclone ports, or sorry, not cyclone ports, Project Mesovorts that are on the coast. Again, looking at all the storm surge, this is back up in Keaton Beach, Florida. Again, this is going to be on the west side of where the eye is. That means we have winds that are coming from inland. That means that we're not going to see much storm surge until probably after the fact. So we don't have any view of a storm surge yet, but we'll probably see storm surge later in the morning in Keaton Beach. The worst of the storm surge that we've seen thus far, again, is on this camera in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. I mean, this is, again, pretty remarkable what we're seeing here. The water, I don't know how high it is, but it's probably at least 4 to 5 feet above where it should be. Possibly a bit higher. Again, this area was forecasted to see between 6 to 10 feet of storm surge for a peak. So again, water still very high here, and it is probably going to continue to go up for the next 30 minutes, and then it will probably gradually start to go down a little bit. But we are seeing the worst of it right now. We've seen a little bit of debris floating in the water. It's pretty typical to see that when we have this much storm surge. This is what it looks like right here from yesterday in the same spot. Again, grass, you got the rock wall. You know, it looks very much like there's supposed to be land there. And there's land, but you can't see it. So, also, you got Connor going through some big surge of wind here in Cross City, Florida. We'll go back to that camera in a second.
We're still ripping out here. We're going to be fighting through this pretty...
Hey, Wazoo for the $5 super chat.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be worried yet,
for
just
a
stay
while.
aware of it if you're in New England. It's too early to tell if it's going to impact those areas.
Springs.
Because it could literally just go back into Georgia and, like, not even go up there. Thank you, Joanne, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Okay. Let it cook. Said just ask them. They will do that. Well, like, let us in early?
Yeah, flooding will literally be the biggest issue out of Debby. No doubt. Like, honestly, like, the biggest thing that's probably going to be talked about for the next few days will be flooding. Like, you know, we've been talking about this the entire time, and I think a lot of people have too, and trying to communicate the message. Like, yes, landfall is going to be a big deal. Yes, we're going to see storm surge, which we have been. We're going to see, you know, hurricane force winds in some spots. We've seen that, at least from what we know. You know, we've seen a couple of tornadoes, at least from yesterday. We'll probably see a few today. But really, the biggest story for this entire thing is the flooding. Like, it has been really the entire time. There wasn't really much talk about, you know, this being a significant hurricane by any means. And it's a hurricane. It's a Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour winds. But, again, it's not something that is going to be talked about as much about its intensity when it comes to winds as it will be when it comes to flooding, because flooding is by far going to be the worst impact, I think, from this. We've been thinking about this for like several days. Everybody really has. Some people think it, you know, obviously there's hype around this. There has been that people think it's gonna be a Cat 3 or 4 hurricane. Never did I think this would even get beyond a Cat 2. Like, if it got to a Cat 3, it would literally have to be over, you know, water for at least 24 more hours. But this is the concern here. As we go into Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we could see some spots upwards of 20 to 25 inches of rain in South Carolina. So, again, you know, that's really the biggest story when it comes to Debby. And that will be the biggest story about Debby, in my opinion. Will definitely be that. So, but hopefully that makes some sense, because again, a lot of people have been talking about the flooding and stuff, or not flooding, the intensity, but like the flooding will be probably the worst thing out of this. So, that's at least the thinking. Let's go back to Connor Croft for the time being.
I think that's correct.
Right in there.
Is it gonna make a second landfall? It probably will. Yeah, this is probably not going to be our only landfall. We will probably have another landfall in South Carolina. Probably, again, not a guarantee, but probably later in the week. Because this thing's going to stall pretty quickly.
That's been here. Paige, to know if you've been here. Holy
Alright, not looking at anything really right now. Let's go back to the Horseshoe Beach camera. And this is the Radar Omega Project Mesovort. Live shot of significant storm surge here right along the beach. Not sure how long this camera is going to stay up. Hopefully it stays up for the entirety of Debby, but we're not entirely sure. Sometimes these do go out just purely due to how high the water gets. Seems like this camera's propped up pretty high, so it shouldn't have too many issues, but the trees, I mean, you can see the trees in the background. They are just almost under the water at this point. It's definitely gotten pretty crazy. When will Max get a new haircut? I'm hoping to get one this week. My hair's gotten pretty long. My hair is getting long. I don't know what's going on here. What's going on with Storm Intermedia?
Kind of.
Wind's pretty strong where they're at. I don't know if there was like a crash or something here.
That's that guy's in the car in front of us.
Can't really tell.
Is he gonna drive into it?
Grow the hair out? I'm not growing the hair out. We're not doing a Connor Croft mullet either. It's definitely not happening.
Oh wait, that didn't.
Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as well.
Yes, we do.
We'll continue to have Debby coverage here throughout at least some of the morning. Again, I'm not sure how long today's stream's gonna be. It'll just kind of depend on what's happening out there. So far, again, this has been kind of a mid-hurricane compared to like Debby when it comes to like what's happening in real time. Like this, again, the camera that we have on Radar Omega is really just crazy. We didn't have this really with Barrel. They didn't put any Project Mesovorts out there. This they have like 3 or 4 right now out there, and you know, this one just has an unbelievable view here of the storm surge and whatnot. But we'll just kind of see how the morning goes. Again, the tornado threat could get interesting later. Like we might even have just 2 streams today or something. So we'll see what happens. We'll at least be live here probably for at least, I think we'll be live through like 9 or 10, maybe a bit longer. Might even just be live through the time Connor's live or something. Who knows? I don't know how long Connor's gonna be live. I'm still not sure what's happening here. If anybody knows, fill me in. I don't know if there's a crash or there's a road blocked off. I can't really tell. Or if there's a tree down.
It's funny in the iPad.
But Storm Media is literally in the brunt of the wind right now.
My phone is SOS.
Yeah, so is my phone. My phone's not gonna be able to load anything until we get back up to Cross City. Oh, that's Jeff.
Oh, it's Jeff.
Where are those flat earthers? I mean, I'm a flat earther here. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't put that anywhere. Imagine if I was a flat earther. Alright, we do have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center on the tornado threat for today. This is an area that we have several couplets of rotation just offshore of Georgia and near Jacksonville. Brief water spouts and a few weak tornadoes will be possible into the late morning. That honestly, like, there's 2 areas right now that I think have the greatest tornado threat over the next few hours. The first of which will be in central Florida with these storms back over near Orlando. Nothing really appears imminent, but we have some, you know, couplets that are really just broad and weak, but something to watch for. And then also just east of Jacksonville, we have several areas of rotation just offshore. Will these make it onshore? We'll see. I think if we do get any tornado threat soon, it'll probably be near Kingsland and Brunswick in Georgia. So that's the latest here from the Storm Prediction Center. This is Cedar Key, by the way. This is another Project Mesovort, which again available to all subscribers on the Radar Omega app. And you can actually see the pier here. This is actually a pretty nice view right now. Got the waves, all the water coming up. You know, it's daylight now, so we can actually see everything that's happening on these cameras. But palm trees in the background there, all just underwater. Not fully underwater, but at least the bottom of it underwater. Gives you an idea that that's not typical. I would just chill on that bench. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm gonna be honest with you. Will the bench survive? I think it will. I mean, Cedar Key is right here. And so we still got Storm Surge, but I think the Storm Surge will not be nearly as bad here soon. Horseshoe Beach is peaking with Storm Surge, I think, over the next 30 minutes. Like, this is, again, Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Like, I think the Storm Surge is going to be the worst here in Horseshoe Beach. Like, low-key. I don't think it's going to be as bad in Cedar Key. From what we've been seeing. Because this is where the eye wall is. This is literally the eye wall area. Storm surge is definitely really bad in this area. But I do think that bench will survive the hurricane. Now there was a bench here, I think. Yeah, so this is the live, this is from last night or yesterday. There's a bench here. All right, that's a place marker. This is the same camera. I think that's the bench right there. I think that's the bench. The bench has lived to see another day here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. But yeah, I low-key think that's that bench right there. It's still there. I'm pretty sure it's like strapped down to the concrete or something. So that's what it looked like. Like if we go back to this image here, it's strapped down right there. You can see it. It's like literally strapped to the concrete. So that thing will probably stay there. Maybe it survived many hurricanes. Who knows? Maybe there's like a story behind it. The bench is surviving. I still don't know what's happening here. If we go back to Storm Media.
Surge, like ocean,
I don't know what happened in front of them.
Water coming all the way up there.
The wind's still pretty strong there near the eye. See if there's anything else on Twitter for updates. Nothing as of right now. If you guys have any photos, videos, or see anything on Facebook or whatever, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I don't know why I just said Facebook, but if you do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter. Or see anything. Have anything. Chaser meet and greet? That's kind of what it looks like, to be honest. Stormer Media, bottom right. Thank you, Zachary, for the $4.99. Not much happening right there right now. I mean, I think the worst of it will be probably later, like today. I mean, tropical storm force winds. You know, a couple of tornadoes may be possible later today. That's really about it. As a reminder, today's tornado risk, it's a little bit more elevated. It's kind of similar to yesterday. We have this large 5% tornado risk just north of Orlando back through Charleston, South Carolina. Main concern, again, will be the potential for a few tornadoes anytime between now and basically overnight tonight. So pretty large area that we're talking about in northern Florida as well. Wouldn't be shocked if they added a small 10% somewhere near the coastline here of Jacksonville and Brunswick. But for the time being, that is not currently a thing. Back to the Project Mesovort for now. And if you're just tuning in, maybe just waking up or whatever, Debby has officially made landfall as a hurricane. It was a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds at around 80 miles per hour upon landfall. And in addition to that, the pressure was at 979 millibars. That is basically identical to what Beryl was upon landfall. So, Debby has officially made landfall for those that might just be tuning in, maybe just waking up. Again, I've been up since 5. Many of you might just be waking up from, you know, your sleep, which I don't blame you. I kind of wish I was in your same boat, but, you know, that's kind of where we're at. So, has made landfall. This, again, the live Project Mesovort on the Radar Omega app here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Still looking at significant storm surge here right along the coast in Horseshoe Beach. We're going to quickly go back through our storm chasers. I'm just going to see if there's anything happening with anybody. We got Storm Media. They've been parked there for several minutes. It seems like a meet and greet's going on. I don't know. I don't know really what's happening. I tried to see if I can get an update, but...
Oh yeah, search and rescue.
Not sure. Not sure what they're doing. Big chaser convergence, though. They're in Cross City, Florida. And you got Connor Croft. They are in the eye. The wind is like dead, so they're in the actual eye of Debby.
House, dude.
Oh,
And then you got Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. I believe he is also currently in the eye. Yeah, he's kind of near the eye wall. He's kind of like flirting with the eye wall and being in the eye. And then you got Corey Gherkin, who is he not live anymore? Or is my thing just not updated? Might just not be updated. Let me see if I can fix that real quick.
Trying to move.
Yeah, I can hang down.
Alright, it's fixed now.
I guess.
But he's driving in the same area as Brandon, I think. Where is Corey? Are they next to each other? I don't even see Corey. I don't know. Alright, a little quick update. We do have a camera that had just went out in Cedar Key, it looks like. Or maybe not. Oh, nope, it's still there. Alright. Cedar Key camera's still in play. Never mind. Looked like it went out there for a second, but it's still up and going. Unfortunately, the Steenhatchee camera, which is where Debby made Landfall, it's the Steenhatchee camera that they have on the Radar Mega app for subscribers, that one has gone out. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's out. Landfall, again, just happened within the last 30 minutes. Eye is going to be just to the north there of Steenhatchee, Florida. And this is basically where the eye is. It's about where the eye is here in Keaton Beach, Florida. Yeah, no storm surge here. We're on the onshore wind area of Hurricane Debby, meaning that we're not going to see really any storm surge until probably a little bit later when the wind's actually coming more out of this direction. We should start to see some storm surge later in the morning, perhaps even into the early afternoon. We are starting to see that wind change directions a little bit, so we will probably start to see some storm surge there within the next probably couple of hours. I think Horseshoe Beach, again, is probably going to be the worst when it comes to storm surge. I mean, it's been pretty bad so far. And the water's been up there. Again, you got the bench right there in the middle. Pretty good indication of what it looked like yesterday. It's at least a couple of feet here above, sea level. Definitely pretty significant storm surge here. Oh, apparently, alright, so Stormrunner Media, apparently there's storm surge in front of them, from what I'm hearing. So that's why they can't go over there, or something. It looks like Tyler Kurtz has a tree down. Just passed by a tree that was down on the left. Just missed it. Let's go to Stormrunner Media. So Stormrunner Media, they're near storm surge, an area of storm surge. So they can't get down to where they're trying to go. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I know where they are. Pretty sure they're going to be, like, near Horseshoe Beach. That's what I'm guessing.
This is like the place to be.
I need a name for whoever made that bench. Yeah, I don't know who made this bench, but dude, they need a raise. The fact that that bench is still intact is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Max, please take me out of timeout. You're not in timeout. I can see your message. I can't believe that bench is actually there, though. Like, it's kind of crazy to think. Like, with how strong the waves have been, the storm surge and everything, it's crazy that that thing's still there. I mean, again, if you look in the background, like, this isn't even like that. The water's pretty high. Like, the trees back over on this, like, island or whatever, they're still there. Like, but they're, like, really, like, halfway underwater right now. If we go to live radar, this is where the camera is. Let me take off radar and show you guys more in detail. So this is where the camera is located. So this is the camera, again, in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. This is an island right here, and then this is another, like, area. You can't see this, but you can see this. So that's right there is where the camera is. We're looking that way, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're looking in, like, that general direction. It's crazy. How high is the storm surge there? I don't really know. I'll have to look. I'm gonna see if I can find details on it. Will I be live all day? I don't really know yet. I don't think I'll be live all day, but I'll probably be live through the morning, and then after that we'll see. See what it looks like. Wow, you're up early? We've been live for almost 2 hours now. We got up at like 5. Does anybody know what the storm surge currently is in Horseshoe Beach? Or anybody have, like, details on that? I'm not seeing a reader for it. I might be looking in the wrong place, though. I don't usually look at storm surge. Must be 2 feet. It's definitely more than 2 feet. There's no shot this is 2 feet. 2 feet would be back. I mean, like, honestly, 2 feet would be like Cedar Key, or not even. Cedar Key's probably like 4 feet, to be honest. We don't really know though, but I think Cedar Key's a bit higher too, because this is Cedar Key, which is a bit further south. Now the forecast was 6 to 10 feet of storm surge in this area. So again, this was the initial forecast, and this is basically where all of the Radar Omega project mesovorts are. They're all up and down the Big Bend here. We had a forecast of 6 to 10 feet of storm surge from the National Hurricane Center at the 5 a.m. Update. So right now it's at 5 to 6 feet. 10 to 12 feet is incoming. If you guys have a link to it, let me know. If anybody finds a link to like the storm surge stuff, let me know on Twitter, like at me, because I'm kind of curious to look at that. Yeah, if anybody has a link for it, at me on Twitter with the link, because I'm gonna try to pull it up and show you guys. Because actually, I'm not sure if the storm surge will get up to 12 feet, but it's not out of the question. Like, the worst of the storm surge will be basically in the next hour or two in Horseshoe Beach. There is a gauge that they're supposed to have for the Horseshoe Beach, I think. I don't see it. It's like, it says it's not available. I don't know. Don't see it right now, though. The bench is bolted down. It is. Yeah, it's pretty heavily bolted down. Again, if we go back to this right here, you can see it. Like, it's literally bolted to concrete. Like, this is definitely gonna stay there. I'm, like, again, surprised that it's bolted down so well, though. Like, you usually would see that just, like, float away in a normal storm surge instance, but they probably planned this out ahead of time. Bench merch? We're not doing bench merch. The amount of ideas for merch that are so stupid is astronomical. Again, this is the Project Mesovort on the Radar Omega app. You can download the app at the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Again, these are 4 different cameras that are right along the coast. If you are a subscriber in the app, you can have access to all 4 of those cameras. There is one that's out, I believe, unless it came back. Yeah, so there's only 3 cameras now. They actually just removed the one in Steinhatchee, Florida, because it's probably just, it's cooked. It's probably got either lost power or got hit by water or something like that. But that camera's cooked. We got the cameras, though, back up in Keaton Beach, Florida, which, again, we've talked about this a few times, but we're probably going to have more storm surge here later in the morning, because we have onshore flow right now, which means winds are coming from onshore. That basically means storm surge is kind of being pushed away almost from Debby, and then, you know, all this is just wrapping back into Horseshoe Beach, and as well as Cedar Key. So the worst of it is going to Horseshoe Beach right now, which is pretty, so far, it's been pretty significant to almost catastrophic in Horseshoe Beach. Cedar Key has gotten kind of lucky, I think, because nothing's really gotten past the grass here. Everything's still on the beach from what we're seeing. I'm not sure what this is right here. Can't really see it very well, but it looks like the water might be over into that building. Let me take off radar and see what we have there on the Cedar Key camera. So that's the Cedar Key camera. It looks like a building or something and a pier. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something there. That's Cedar Key, Florida, right now with the high water. Are they still predicting another hurricane in the Caribbean? I don't think anybody's really predicting that right now, but there is a chance of a hurricane. Maybe down the road. It's not a high chance. It's a 30% chance in the next 7 days of development. So our next concern will be this area here. That's going to possibly go towards Mexico. So, I'm not talking about that though right now because it's really just irrelevant, and it probably won't be much unless something goes crazy. I'm not seeing any signs of a major hurricane or something like that right now with that one. But there is a chance it does develop. Let's go to infrared real quick. We haven't really been looking at satellite or infrared. Satellite doesn't even work yet because it's still early in the day. This is what it looks like on infrared imagery for the last few hours. So again, I has made landfall. Still got some big convection near the center of this. Lots of hot towers near Live Oak, just north of Cedar Key. It's been pretty significant thus far in this area. Hey, Taylor, by the way, for the $4.99. Appreciate it. Florida power outages are now over 200,000 as well. According to somebody in chat. Let me see, though. Yeah, they're well over 200,000 now. Power outages are jumping in the state of Florida. We're now up to over 230,000 without power in Florida, according to poweroutage.us. Taylor County, which is a county that was where it made landfall, about the entire county is without power. It's like 90% of them without power right now. Same thing with Lafayette County, about 80% without power. Suwannee County is almost 100% without power too. Orlando and Marion, Orlando area and Marion have some power outages, but they've been more isolated. And then East Coast of Florida, not looking at anything right now. That'll probably change later today, especially back up near Jacksonville. I think we'll get some power outages there. And then, again, just a lot of power outages in general where this has made landfall. So, unfortunately, it's going to be a long next few days for some people, especially where this made landfall, because power does not come back instantaneously, especially after a hurricane like this with its intensity that it's had. Now, again, this is not the most intense hurricane we've ever covered, but a hurricane like this with how much storm surge we've seen, it's going to take some time for power to come back, especially in the Horseshoe Beach area where we've seen so far the most significant impacts when it comes to storm surge, and probably when it comes to wind as well. Huge shout out, by the way, to whoever just sent the link on Twitter. Thank you, Donna. Huge shout out to Donna. All right, I got the link for some of the storm surge stuff. Cedar Key is like the only one that I can really look at, though, because I don't think they have a meter here in Horseshoe Beach, which is where we're looking. This is a little view of the graph here. So right now, about 4 to 5 feet of storm surge in Cedar Key. You can't really see it. Let me try to full screen a bit more, but this is the graph here. So we're up to about like 5 feet of storm surge in Cedar Key. If I had to guess, this is probably near 6 to 7 feet. Back over here in Horseshoe Beach. That's what's been observed at the tide gauge. So moderate flood stage in Cedar Key. The record is apparently 6.8 feet, so we're still ways away from that. This here, I wish we had a gauge here. I don't think we do, though. But like, this right here is probably way up there. But we're about to be at moderate flood stage over in Suwannee River, which is just north of Cedar Key. About to cross 3 feet, which is going to be your moderate flood stage. But I don't think we have anything further north that's in this area. How's it going, love? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to anybody that's just waking up. Again, we've been live for about 2 hours now. It's been so far a interesting morning. By the way, as a reminder, I've mentioned this a few times, but the hurricane making landfall and, the intensity is not going to be the story this week. It's going to be the flooding. We do have a day 1 high risk for excessive rainfall. This is the Radar Omega graphic that they made. And you can see from South Carolina back through North Florida and into southeastern and central Georgia, there is a high risk for excessive rainfall today. This means that we are expecting flash flooding in these areas. It could be catastrophic in some areas, and it literally could be a catastrophe in eastern Georgia and southern South Carolina when this is all said and done. Like, this is not something to mess around with, if you know what I mean. Like, this is going to be a big deal when it comes to storm surge, or sorry, not storm surge, for flooding. So make sure that you're ready for this. If you're anywhere in the, even in the red, like if you're anywhere in the risk in general, just be ready for flash flooding, but especially in that high risk. And if you have any evacuation orders, definitely take those seriously. Like, definitely. Like, you got to make sure that you are taking all of those precautions now and be ready, because it's going to be a significant next few days when it comes to flooding. me 1 second. I gotta find... Which one's PA Storm Trackers? I need to put them full screen here. Alright, there we go. I got PA Storm Trackers at the bottom right. I'm gonna put it back. I'll keep it there for now. They're over in Perry, Florida. Still in the eye wall. We never go live this early to say good morning, so it's kind of funny that I'm saying good morning to people. I think that's just not typical. Not typical on a Max Velocity stream to say good morning. Just, again, it's ironic that I'm saying good morning. I do not usually say that to anybody. Like, literally, I never say good morning. I'm always up in the afternoon and evening. Actually, let's go to Tyler Kurtz real quick. He has a pretty good view. He's kind of where some of the damage is. They got Corey Gherkin and Brandon Kopic. They got another tree down. Huge shout out again to Brandon Kopic. I think that's Brandon, or that might be Vince. Never mind, that might be Vince. I can't tell. But huge shout out at least to Corey Gherkin, obviously, and Vince. I think that if that is Vince, huge shout out there. Chainsawing another tree that has fallen down into the roadways. Big W. We're helping out. This is Tyler Kurtz. He is approaching, I believe, Horseshoe Beach. So we should see some more storm surge and damage here soon from him and possibly from Brandon as well. They're all kind of in that same area. And this is Connor Croft, which currently they are, looks like going somewhat to the east. They're actually going in the direction of Gainesville, Florida, it looks like.
W. Connor.
There is low-key a chance that they literally just go to bed here the next, like, 3 hours because they did not get much sleep. So they might just be doing that.
W.
I don't know, though. I haven't really asked. I'm not going to contact them again because I don't want to wake Freddy up if he's sleeping or something. Let's go back to... We'll just go back to here for now. Hey, Spiffin for the $4.99. I'm glad you're out there. Appreciate you being the first responder for this. Thank you, Lisa, also for the $4.99. This is back to the Project Mesovort camera on Radar Omega here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida, where the worst of the storm surge has been thus far. And you got the bench. That's really the only thing that you can see other than some of the palm trees. Water's crashing here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. It has retreated, I think, a little bit. Because I think that bench was more underwater before. I could be wrong, but I remember this bench being flooded over almost like 100% before. It's become more apparent that it's there. They were looking for a hotel. Makes sense. The bench has war stories. It might. I mean, again, this bench might be historic with how it's chained down. Let me check Twitter and see if we have anything new here. Alright, nothing new right now. What's it like for Tampa Bay? I think it's gonna be kind of winding down here over the next several hours. Max, you need to visit that bench? I'm not going to visit that bench. Especially not right now. There's no shot. No way. Do have a little bit of rotation developing just to the west of the Walla area of Florida. Southeast of Tampa. A little bit of circulation east of Sarasota as well. And nothing really crazy. We are still watching for at least a growing tornado threat over the next few hours. They have issued a tornado watch for most of Florida and then back into parts of southeastern Georgia and southern South Carolina. That'll go again all the way until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then we'll probably have another watch after that because this threat is probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Do have a little water spout perhaps ongoing just east and southeast of Brunswick, Georgia. So a little bit of circulation there. That might come ashore here soon near St. Simons or Simmons, and perhaps even back up near Brunswick. So definitely gonna be something to watch for as that continues to move west and northwest. And other than that, again, just a lot of circulation offshore. We could definitely see some water spouts coming ashore, perhaps even a tornado threat over the next few hours. Hurricane warnings do remain in effect from Apalachicola back into Valdosta, Georgia. Hurricane force winds are mainly in here, and that's all moving to the north and northeast right now. So if you're in Valdosta, you could see some hurricane force winds as soon as like 10 o'clock this morning. But Live Oak definitely the main location in the track of this in the short term, where power outages have already been happening. More power outages are in the foreseeable future. So that's what we're looking at right now. Let's go back to, actually, this is the, they actually have details on this. I didn't even look at this. All right, let's just go back to the camera for now. What beach is the bench at? This is Horseshoe Beach. Horseshoe Beach, Florida. I don't know what the actual beach is, though, right here. Valdosta, thank you. Forgot it's Valdosta. We had this pronunciation issue last year with Adalia. Depending on how things go, we actually might have a video later today too. I'm not sure. The next forecast models for Debby do come out in like a couple hours, I think. So should have some new models to look at here soon. Just real quickly, this is back to infrared imagery. That's what Debby looks like right now. I think this would have become a Cat 2, as I mentioned before, if this actually went up into here. Like into the... I don't know where this is, but just to the south of Tallahassee. I think if it did go further north and west, I think this would have been a hurricane. Like a Cat 2 hurricane. Or at least a stronger Cat 1. It would have had about... It probably would have had about 3 or 4 more hours over water if that happened. And it really started to... It looked like it was about to intensify right before landfall. Tried. Debby looks angry. Did you see Debby last night? I'm gonna show you guys the photo. It's from last night. Debby looked very interesting last night. Thank you, Laura, for the 199. But Debby is gonna be a drunk hurricane here pretty soon, probably, or at least a drunk storm. A drunkicane is what we would call it. That's what it looked like last night at about 10 o'clock. As a reminder, we do have our Drunkicane shirts out for a limited time on shopmaxvelocity.net. It's the top, one of the top links in the description down below. Definitely recommend you check it out. All right. Let's go back to Cedar Key. It's back over in Cedar Key, Florida. You actually see it much better now than what we had a little while ago. Cedar Key, Florida is another area that we've had upwards of 4 feet for a flood level, moderate flood level right now in Cedar Key, Florida, near 5 feet actually. Again, water is coming right over the sidewalk. Benches right here. And again, you got your pier back here. You're the palm trees. Palm trees are, again, pretty much at least a little bit underwater right now, at least the roots. Alright, sorry, messaging Freddie. Had to message Freddie McKinney. I feel really bad though for Connor and Freddie. Like literally, they had to get up at like 2 a.m. Like, you know, it's a different situation when you're a chaser. You know, we talked about this a little bit, but basically Connor and Freddie, they got kicked out of their hotel like when they weren't, like they got kicked out at like 2 a.m. or something. Which is really unfortunate because like literally they were trying to get up at like 3 or 4 or something like that. They basically got like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. So, you know, it sucks the situation that they were put in. And so now they're like extremely tired and they're trying to go to Gainesville to get like a hotel or something. So really kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. And honestly, I gotta say, like, so far from what we've seen with Debby, it has not been like horrible. This is not as bad as Beryl, in my opinion. It has been bad, but it's not nearly as bad. Like, power outages, pretty similar, I'd say, compared to Beryl. But granted, Beryl impacted more population. Big Bend of Florida, it's a bit more rural, so there's not nearly as many people. But 250,000 people for without power is still a lot. But yeah, definitely not nearly as bad as Beryl, I think. It's not super far off, but not as bad. And like the pressure and the wind speeds and stuff, they've been pretty similar, but still got a pretty big surge of wind going through Brantford in Florida too, just south of Live Oak. Again, this is your eye wall right here. This is where the worst of the wind's going to be. It's all moving northeast, so Live Oak's going to be in the track of that. But yeah, so far, again, don't think it's nearly as bad as Beryl. Yeah. My worst hurricane was Ian and Irma. Yeah, those were way worse than this. I mean, this is a Cat 1, so this isn't nearly as bad as what we've had in the past. Not nearly as bad. Still a hurricane. I mean, again, granted, this is not like a small hurricane, right? This is still pretty significant. It's not nearly as bad as, you know, what we've seen in the past. Like, when you compare tornado events, too, it's kind of like the same way. Like, when you compare tornado events and stuff like that, you know, it's one of those things, like, you can say, like, you know, an enhanced risk versus another enhanced risk. Like, one day is much worse than the other in one way or another. So, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, this is comparable to Beryl for sure. Like, this is very similar, in my opinion. I would have to say, though, Beryl was worse just due to population density, probably. Because, like, power outages in Houston literally lasted, like, a week. Like, it was bad. A lot of them lasted a week. So, yeah. Unfortunately, it's kind of one of those situations where it's still significant. It's a less populated area, but it's basically the same sort of impacts. The impacts, though, that are going to be felt with Debby compared to Beryl. Beryl was way different because Beryl produced a much more significant and robust tornado threat for like several days. It was 3 days. It started on day of landfall. We went live for like 8 hours for tornado outbreak coverage, and then it went through the Ohio Valley. Then it went through, you know, New England or the Northeast, produced several tornadoes. You know, it was bad in its own regard when it came to that. This hurricane is different, where it's not going to be producing as much of a tornado threat long term. It's actually going to be more of a flooding threat long term. This is going to be comparable to, not, I wouldn't say it's comparable to Harvey, but it's not going to be the same. It could be close to what Harvey was, but I don't think it's going to get there. Like, I think it's going to produce significant rainfall. I don't think this is going to be as strong, though, as Harvey was, and I don't think it's going to dump nearly as much rain. But if it stalls for several days here in the Carolinas, we could see 20 to 30 inches of rain. So, yeah, definitely significant to say the least. But the flooding is really the big story. And it will be for the next few days. And again, I do plan on at least having at least one more live stream, I think, this week. Maybe a couple, depending on what happens. It will probably not be a very frequent sort of thing, because flooding is not going to be... I mean, we'll probably cover flooding to some extent, but we've never really done flooding coverages before, so it'd be really the first. Because this will be purely a flooding coverage, I think, after it goes back into the Carolinas. So we'll probably have another live stream tomorrow, so if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. But this pink area, again, is your high risk for excessive rainfall. You can kind of see it. It's around Jacksonville, back through Savannah, Brunswick, just southwest of Charleston. And then tomorrow's risk is high as well. Got a high risk for excessive rainfall from Brunswick, just north of Jacksonville, back through Savannah, Charleston, and North Myrtle Beach. Another high risk for excessive rainfall tomorrow, which is not very common, by the way. High risks for excessive rainfall, not really that common. And then day 3, I mean, we literally have 3 straight days of excessive rainfall outlooks that are high. So this is going into Wednesday. Another high risk for excessive rainfall in South Carolina and North Carolina. So, pretty significant. I don't know if they have a day 4 outlook yet. Yeah, they have a day 4 outlook, another moderate risk, and then day 5 is a slight risk up and down the coast. But I think day 4 and 5 depend on where Debby goes. Because again, Debby could literally turn back here to the west. It could also go up the coast. Multiple things could happen. So, kind of wait and see. Are you planning to cover the 5% tornado risk in Chicago later? I don't know yet. Don't really know. I think I'll be awake most of today. Like, I don't think I'm going to be sleeping anytime soon, to be honest. See if anybody has anything here. Or Jurgen can sell some trees down. I'm not sure what we're doing yet. Like, I'm probably not going to sleep until tonight. Like, you know, like my normal time. I doubt I'm going to bed at 4 a.m., but I'll probably go to bed, you know, somewhat earlier than I usually do. But I might cover it if it is interesting enough. I don't know if it's going to be, though. It doesn't even look that interesting, to be honest. Like, I don't know why it's a 5%. I don't know. Maybe something interesting happens. We'll see. But I will be ready to go live for it if I'm awake, in case we do have to go live for it, because it might be a little interesting. Let me just check real quick. We don't have any storm chasers. That's the only downfall. Like, there's no storm chasers up here that I even know of. Like, I don't think anybody's chasing this unless it's, you know, people that are just not on YouTube. It's like this 5%, like, literally everybody's chasing, you know, Hurricane Debby. So, but if something is like going crazy, we'll have live coverage for it. But if I'm awake, I can't really guarantee it because I might literally fall asleep at some point. Who knows? But I'm gonna try to stay awake. Winds are starting to change direction in Keaton Beach, Florida. Storm surge is gonna probably start to ramp up here pretty soon in Keaton Beach. And we are kind of in the eye right now, but we are going to start to see more wind coming offshore. That should lead to storm surge there in Keaton Beach, Florida. Horseshoe Beach, Florida, again, the worst of where we have storm surge right now on the 3 Project Mesovort Radar Omega cameras, which you can watch if you are a subscriber on the app with the top link in the description below. Got a bench still there. I don't think it's going anywhere. But we still got a bench there. Has not moved. I don't think it's going to be moving. Any chasers for hurricanes in the Pacific? No. Unless there's a hurricane making landfall in, like, Hawaii or something. Like, I highly doubt we're gonna have any chasers out there. Like, you need a boat, like, literally, or an airplane to go chasing out there. Those are the only 2 ways it's possible. Only 2 ways it's possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright. We have a new tornado warning. Just to the southwest of Orlando. This is near Winter Haven, Florida. We were talking about this like 10 minutes ago. There was a little bit of rotation here. Actually, no, we were not. Never mind. This is new rotation. Alright, so this is different. But we do have a new little couplet developing near Winter Haven. We could see a quick little tornado dropping here as that moves eventually towards Davenport, Interstate 4, and Polk City. So if you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as there is going to be a chance for a tornado as this moves to the northeast. So yet again, if you are in this warning, seek shelter. This is a populated area here in Florida. I don't know what the warning, I'm trying to see what the population is, but this is definitely a pretty populated area here in Florida. Tucker, I don't have the build. Like, I'm not gonna be doing that. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on, but figure it out later. It's not a big deal right now. They have updated the storm surge forecast. This is the latest storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And up to 10 feet of storm surge possible in the Big Bend. But everything's dropping down the west coast of Florida right now for storm surge forecast. And no storm surge expected near Panama City. There was originally a small little area there of like 2 feet of storm surge. But as a reminder, we could have a tornado dropping at any time near Winter Haven, Florida. This is a very populated area going towards the Auburndale area, Lynchburg, Lake Alfred, Inwood, and eventually going towards Davenport. So again, that circulation right there is where we're watching for the potential for a tornado. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment as that moves northeast. Winter Haven's pretty big. Yeah, it's not a small town. I'm not seeing any debris signature though so far, which is good. Yeah, this is definitely not a small town. This is a pretty, pretty big city. Winter Haven, Florida. It's actually on track. I mean, Kissimmee and Celebration aren't like in the warning, but we could end up seeing a tornado warning in Disney World later. It's possible. Not something that happens very often, but it's always possible. With a setup like this. And that's the circulation right here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. There we go. That's the circulation right there. Your brother's in Davenport? Hopefully he's in a safe place. Let's see what the latest radar scan shows. All right, still no debris signature. We still have circulation. It's right over Auburndale in the Lake Arena area near Lynchburg and Lake Alfred. So again, that is the circulation right there, moving northeast towards Interstate 4 eventually. Can you imagine all those poor folks that spend all that money for Disney? I mean, this happens, though, in this time of the year. Like, people should already know that this is going to be happening. Like, we could have tropical storms and hurricanes. Like, this is not something that's uncommon. We also have rotation, by the way, back down here, east of Sarasota, Florida. It's rain-wrapped. But, yeah, I mean, kind of have to assume that this is going to happen, like, ahead of time. All right, let's go back up to the north. Back to where Debbie's at for the time being. Again, we got our eye that's moving ashore. It already has. It made landfall just over an hour ago now. So Hurricane Debbie, if you're just tuning in, maybe just waking up, Hurricane Debbie did make landfall at approximately 7 a.m. this morning as a Category 1 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour as a Category 1 hurricane. Pressure was at 979 millibars. We still have 3 different Project Mesovort cameras on the Radar Omega app, and if you're a subscriber, you can look at all these cameras inside of the app. Keene Beach, Florida is one of them, which we've not seen any storm surge here yet. This is on the onshore area of wind, so we're not going to probably see much here for at least a little bit until the wind comes more out of the west. Horseshoe Beach is where we've had really the worst of the storm surge today. It's been very bad. Overall, it does look like it is starting to retreat just a little bit. The bench is looking a little bit cleaner now. We're starting to see the bench a little bit better now, so maybe it's backing off just a little bit, but regardless, definitely in its own regard, it's hanging in there. This is Corey Gherkin. Let's go to Stormrunner Media. This is Stormrunner Media. They are currently in Old Town, Florida. I'm gonna go back a second so you guys see what I was just looking at. Where are they? Right here. All right, if we go back like 20-30 seconds. Kind of see all the leaves on the ground. All the leaves, the branches. So again, there's been definitely some like minor damage. We're not seeing anything major yet. We have seen some like scrap metal flying off like a gas station earlier in the stream. We had that with Connor Croft. So, This is a long red light, by the way. I just went back to it being live. It's still red. But there's definitely some damage in this area. Pricey gas. Yeah, you're right near the beach, and it's in the Big Bend, which is not even near highway, so. Let's get some W's in the chat for the bench, though. It's hanging in there. It's hanging in there. Somehow. Whoever built this bench knows what they're doing. Population, by the way, in that tornado warning is 170,000 people. So this is not like a small warning. Don't have any debris ball or anything like that. No debris signature. But the rotation's near Auburndale right now, just north of Winter Haven. Moving northeast towards Interstate 4. We got some circulation near the Maca Head area, or Micah Head area. So we got some circulation west of Bowling Green as well. But rotation on this tornado warning, it's still there, but I'm not seeing anything on the ground right now. And back up near Brunswick, Georgia, we had some storms trying to come ashore, but it looks like that rotation's also broadening out before making landfall, so nothing imminent right now for the Georgia and Florida East Coast, at least. But we'll see if anything changes there. Let's go back to Cedar Key. It's another live camera. Looks like the storm surge is backing off a little bit as well in Cedar Key. Good news. Again, honestly, I'm kind of happy. Like, this is not as bad as I kind of thought it might be with storm surge. This is definitely, I mean, there's obviously storm surge, but water has not even gone over like the grass. The worst we saw it was up to this line like right here, and that was about 2 hours ago, or about an hour and a half ago. So honestly, not too shabby. The water has gone over like this dock thing or pier, it looks like. It's also gone into the palm trees. It's obviously much higher than it should be, but definitely not like catastrophic by the looks of this. There was a moderate flood stage here. So it might be worse for some of the homes. I'm not entirely sure, like we can't see the homes, but it might be worse on the other side. We just can't see it. But this is Horseshoe Beach. Horseshoe Beach, unfortunately, probably had the worst of this. Like, this is probably at least 6 feet of storm surge. Not sure if we'll get an exact number anytime soon, but... Holy, that scared me? What scared you? Many mobile homes in this area? Yeah, that's the one downfall. Like, I think Cedar Key has a lot of them. It's not a good angle for Cedar Key. Is it not? I don't know what's behind it, so... How do I donate to the bench? Let's get some donations for the bench. Good old bench. Where was Landfall? It was in Steinhatchee, Florida. Steinhatchee, Florida. At about 7 a.m., so just a little over an hour ago. Let's go back to this tornado warning. Still got a little couplet here. Nothing really definitive, though, on the ground or anything. Okay, let's go back for the time being until our next radar scan. Let's go back up to here. Let's check out Storm Chasers really quick. That's Storm Media, Connor Croft, Brandon Kopic. I'll stay on Brandon Kopic for the time being. I'm going to take a quick 60-second break, and you can see Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. I'll be back in 60 seconds.
That much I really don't know. I mean, that's the thing that gets me, is everyone's always like, oh, well, it's freedom of the press and blah, blah, blah. Like, honestly, you can play that game, say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, whether or not it's a First Amendment issue, like people want to whine about, they can still arrest you for it. Like, that's all there is to it. They can throw you in jail for it. The only thing that changes with that is if you fight it in court, they'll probably drop it. That's it. But you're still going to get arrested, so just shut up and do what they tell you. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, do everything the cop says, but it's not that difficult. If they've got a curfew in order, then just do as they ask. They're not doing it to be dicks.
Thank you, Jeff, for the 2-month membership. Appreciate that. Can we get sturdy bench shirts? I'm not doing merch for the bench. which model got this correct so far. I would have to go back and look. I'm not really sure. I don't know. Let me look a little bit here. The RRFS model, which is a prototype model, was actually spot on, like last night. Like, you know, but that was hours ahead of time. I don't really feel like any models really nailed this, though. Like, this really took a turn more to the east. Like, a lot of models had this making landfall up here. Again, granted, it's still pretty, you know, precise at least. I mean, it made landfall a little east of that, but it's kind of one of those situations, like, you know, I would have to look back at all the models. The GFS had it pretty accurate for a little while, making landfall here. But again, it's kind of one of those situations. I'd have to look at all the models and see which one was the best. I don't really feel like looking at all the models right now. Thank you, Dom, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. By the way, no politics in the chat. Please, and thank you. It's a pretty typical rule in this channel. Drop my tea. Let's actually go to Brandon real quick. We'll go back to Brandon Kopic. About to drive through some neighborhoods here. Looks like we do have some damage. Brandon Kopic currently is near Cross City, Florida.
You can't park there after hours, and that's really why they got interacted with. And I'm like, yeah, well, don't park in a stupid place, I guess.
Well, so many people just don't even realize that it's all about your attitude. And if you fix that, then it'll go a lot different. And people don't even pay attention to that.
I tell you what, that guy about shit a brick when I told him I was at that wreck last night. Because I don't think I...
Hello?
Yeah, hello. You were talking to, but I told him we were up there and I told him where it was.
Yep, that's fine.
He about shit a brick.
All right, yep,
so.
bye.
So I didn't realize you were that close. I thought we were way farther down.
I was about to go hit the Fox. I completely lost my time.
Alright. Let's go back to live camera for now and Radar Omega. Thank you to Dome for the $10 super chat. I don't know if I just said that. There once was a bench on the bay whose primary goal was to stay, standing firm in the storm, keeping its perfect form, rich in history day after day. Ain't no shot we're doing poems here for this bench. Should have drowning trampolines for storm surge. That sounds awful. That does not sound exciting whatsoever. Alright, let's go back to the tornado warning again real quick. Let's see if there's anything happening here. Yeah, it looks like this tornado warning probably gonna end up getting... I don't know, it might just get canceled. There's still a little bit of circulation approaching Interstate 4 just north of Winter Haven, but this does not look like it's imminent or anything like that. So I'm not super duper concerned about this right now. Looked a little bit more concerning near the beginning, but not looking too shabby for the time being. Yeah, that's moving northeast right now. Oh, Brandon's car had politics going on? Oh, okay. I gotcha. I didn't have... I have audio on, but it's not really loud. So... I don't care if they talk about that stuff. I didn't realize that was on stream. My apologies. Hey, Jeff, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. He was talking about listening to the police when they were set the curfew. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Thank you, Paula, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. 5,000 people watching updates on the bench. I think that's what it's turned into. It's turned into watching the bench. I don't really know what happened with Connor's situation. Like, I only heard, like, rumblings of it, so I'll probably know more whenever I talk to them next. Freddie said he'll tell me the story later, so. It really sucks. Like, again, I've already said it a few times. Like, I don't really know what happened, but, like, 3 hours of sleep for this is not, like, good at all. And for this being somewhat of a mid-landfall, it's kind of, like, for storm chasing, like, it's not what you want to see. The bench is visual ASMR. I mean, I guess, man. It's a Cedar Key right now. Back on the other Project Mesovort on the Radar Omega app again. 3 cameras up right now on Radar Omega for all subscribers. If you want to download the app, it's on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. This is, again, a live shot right now. Out of the Cedar Key area. Water's definitely retreated a little bit since this morning when we first went live. Horseshoe Beach is the same way, by the way. The water's gotten a little bit lower. This bench was kind of almost always flooded. It was like almost completely flooded over earlier, but not nearly as bad now. A little bit more visible. How's it going, JD? Welcome back. Thank you, Dom, for the super chat. Max bench merch coming soon. That's not happening, dude. I'm sorry, messaging Connor. Why no bench merch? Guys, we're not doing bench merch. I mean, like, really? Who wants to buy bench merch? Like, that would be, like, the stupidest thing ever. I gotta say, though, I thought Drunk NATO was, like, a dumb idea for merch. We ended up selling, like, at least 100 shirts. It was, like, insane. It was the most insane thing ever. Like, people wanted a Drunk NATO shirt. It was wild. The Drunk NATO thing's crazy, though. I mean, that's gonna live on for a while. That's not just like a one-off thing, though. Like, the bench is a one-off thing. The Drunk NATO thing, like, that's a legit thing. Is Storm Media done? Or am I on the wrong person? I think Storm Media is also off now. Alright, we got... Yay, Storm Trackers is also off. Alright, we're losing chasers one by one right now. We got Tyler Kurtz still out there. We'll put him at the bottom right. A lot of Storm Chasers getting an early... I would say early sleep. It's 8 in the morning. A lot of chasers are going back to bed here soon. So, I'm guessing that's what's happening. Still have a tornado warning, by the way, near Lakeland, Florida. We're just going to take this off and put it back on to... Not that. We're going to take it to this. We'll just put it back on this because it's probably going to be let to expire. Rotation's broad now. Stormrunner Media starting a new stream? They are? Oh, they are. Okay, I have to flip it over, I think. Maybe. They do this, like, hosting thing. I don't know where they went, though. I'll just put them on whenever I can put them on. Please do another stream later. We'll see what happens. Again, I can't guarantee anything. I'm not sure what we're doing yet today. I mean, again, we're live probably at least until 10. So that's like another hour and a half at least. I don't know what we're doing though later today. Like, you know, I have a few ideas about what we're doing. One idea is that I meet up with Connor Croft and Freddie McKinney for dinner tonight because they might be up by then, somewhere in Florida. If not, then I might be live for the tornado threat in the Midwest. I might be live for the tornado threat and whatever is going on with Debby later. Like, there's many things that could happen tonight. I don't plan on going to bed again until, like, probably, like, overnight tonight. So I'm not planning on, like, getting, like, early sleep like Connor is. Because they got, like, no sleep. I didn't get much sleep. I got, like, 4.5 hours. But I got more than them. And I don't really have a problem staying up long periods of time off sleep like that. So, you know, we'll see. But we might just end up having dinner tonight. It'll depend on what's happening, though, with them. But, yeah. Gonna throw you off going to sleep now? I'm not going to sleep now. There's no shot. It might throw off Connor and Freddy, though. Like, I don't know how in the world they're gonna readjust to that sleep schedule. It's gonna be weird. Thank you, Becky, for becoming a member. Thank you, JD, for the 24 months. This make early landfall. I mean, I thought this would make landfall at, like, 10 a.m., and instead it decided to make landfall at 7 a.m. So we had to get... I got up at 5, and then I looked at radar. I'm like, bro, this is, like, gonna make landfall here soon. So I was like, all right, I guess we're just gonna go ahead and, you know, go live. So, also thank you to Jesse for the $10 super chat. The guys were streaming at 2 a.m. this morning. From what I heard, they said their Airbnb lost power and it was too hot to sleep. Oh, is that what they said too? Oh man, dude, that's even worse. Like I don't know much about it. All I know is that they got kicked out or something. So that sucks even more, to be honest. That is really bad. I don't even know how you get a hotel this early. How do you get a hotel at 8 a.m.? Because usually they have you people out at like 11. Do they just like let you sleep there no matter what? Like early check-in, I guess? I don't know how that all works. Kicked out? Yeah, again, I don't really know the story. I think it has more to do with the, like, curfew or something like that that the county has for this hurricane. I think that had to do with it, but again, I don't really know. If a room is free, well, that's true too. I think they may have gotten a room before they actually got to their hotel, so. Alright, let me put Storm Intermedia back up on here. We'll put them at the bottom right. Let's go here. Gotta fix this. It's Corey, that's Storm Intermedia. Let's full screen them. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're gonna go full cam to Storm Intermedia, because why not? If I can find the button. Where is the button, bro? I'm clicking the wrong buttons, that's why. Boom, alright. That is not it. Where are they? Sorry, technical issues real quick, because I have to change out chasers. Or I have to change out the... Alright, there we go. Alright, that's Storm Intermedia. Cool, got them up here now. Thank you, Thom, for the $10 super chat. The people want bench merch? Guys, I'm not doing bench merch. I would have to make a design, like, right now and have had to be released, like, on stream. And I'm not a designer, if you couldn't tell. So, you know, just don't think that's happening. Bench merch for Christmas? Guys, we're not doing bench merch.
1 second, guys. I just have to fire up the second stream.
I don't know how much sleep Storm Intermediate's had, but I don't know if it's any better than what Connor and Freddy had. Are you in Florida? If so, they can crash in your place. I'm in Florida, but I mean, they wouldn't want to sleep at my place, to be honest. Like, I got a blow-up mattress. Like, that's about it. Even then, I don't think it would fit 2 people.
So.
This is Brandon Kopic again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He's out there chasing still. He's probably gonna be out there all the way through this evening. So, see Brian from becoming a moderate velocity member.
Yeah, I definitely don't blame you there. Alright guys, so we are headed to go retrieve one of our other probes in Steenhatchee.
Right. You have a bed in the back? What are you talking about? What bed are we talking about? I don't see a bed. There's no bed in the background. I didn't even get an alert that you were live. I mean, I went live at like 5:40 a.m.
From there while we head back north.
Might be why. Bed has disappeared. Alright, let's go. We'll just go back to here for now. The floor, absolutely. I was up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Why are you up at 5:45? I want to know why we had like a few thousand viewers at like 5:50 a.m. Like, I'm surprised we even have 5,000 people watching this early. Like, dude, it's literally like 8:30 a.m. It's so early. We never go live this early. Like, unless it's something big, and even then, this is not like that big in my opinion, but like it's big enough to be live for. I'm shocked that we got up at 5 a.m. to go live for this. Like, I usually don't go live for stuff like this early in the day. Like, I didn't do Hurricane Ian coverage when that made landfall. I think it was, I don't know when it made landfall, but it was just so early in the day. Not going to sleep yet. Yet? Did you, like, stay up all night? I get up for work at 4? Makes sense. I wake up at 5:40 for swim practice. Wow. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta message somebody. We'll go to Stormer Meter real quick. I just gotta message somebody. So just give me 1 second.
Next up, we're SRM show. Today it is SRM versus Debby.
I think Debbie's winning.
If you guys don't know, MLB The Show is a video game.
Let's go back to radar for a moment. I'm gonna see if there's any like rotation here in Florida. I'm surprised, honestly, how many people were live so early today, though. I really thought Landfall would be closer to like 10 this morning. Like, that's what I thought. So I originally had last night's live stream scheduled at 9, and then we changed it back to like, I don't know. We changed it back quite a bit. Changed it back to like 7:30 last night, like last second, and then I changed it to like, we went live officially at 5:50 a.m., which was not expected, at least on my end. But yeah, I'm not seeing any rotation right now, just an FYI, or at least anything that looks meaningful. Nothing really coming on shore either near Brunswick. I mean, there are some storms, but they're all offshore by quite a bit. This tornado threat will probably be mostly confined, I think, to central Florida for the next few hours, and then after that, it might become a bit more of an offshore threat. But for now, it's, again, Debbie's made landfall. It is still a hurricane for now, and it will probably stay a hurricane for the next hour or so until it starts to weaken, as it is over land. Still producing storm surge and such. This is back over in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Again, this is on the Radar Omega Project Mesovort cameras. If you are a subscriber in the app, you can watch all these cameras inside of the app. Again, the only thing that is really visible that's of any interest is the bench. It's the only thing. Otherwise, again, this was grass before. This is supposed to be the ocean back here and kind of in here, but again, this is the power of storm surge. It was worse earlier. It's definitely, the water's definitely starting to retreat a little bit as offshore flow does become a little bit weaker. So thank you, Dom, for the $5 super chat. I'm not doing bench merch. Thank you, Jake, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We're up to 10 members today. If we get to 25 members total, so if we get 15 more members, I will do a gritty. So, we'll see. How do you go live at 6 a.m., bro? I went to bed at 11. I went to bed at like 10:30. I woke up at like 11:45. Waking up to apparently a Twitter post that was supposed to be posted 6 hours ago got posted saying a large tornado was on the ground in like Florida somewhere. Obviously the timestamp was correct, but like correct for 5 p.m. but like I posted it at 11. Somehow our system that we post warnings and stuff on Twitter and Facebook with like glitched out. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I woke up to that and I didn't go to bed for like another hour after that, just thinking about it, because like a lot of people saw that post. I think it was like 150 likes on Twitter or something like that, and then probably fell asleep around 1, And I got up at 5. And my alarm was set for like 6. But I woke up at 5 out of pure instinct, and then, you know, I got up, and we went live at about 5:50. How many more members for bench merch? We're not doing bench merch. I mean, I could put a bench on a shirt, and we're going to call that bench merch. Maybe my Drunk Hurricane t-shirt should have like a bench on it. That'd be pretty funny. The meme would live on. Would be funny. Gizmo merch? Guys, I'm not doing Gizmo merch. I'm not Reed Timmer. And back for Jacksonville, mostly just rain. Flooding rains, very possible, very likely actually today for many areas. Aside from that, just some tropical storm force winds. I'd buy the merch right now, guys. We're not doing merch. We're not doing bench merch. I can't change merch over that quick. I'm not like a professional merch designer, and I don't have a designer. But changing the trampoline from a bench would actually be pretty funny. I'm gonna see if I can quickly do that while we look at this Radar Omega camera. Any threats for Tennessee? Probably not. Nah, I kind of doubt Tennessee's gonna have many threats from this. All right, I got an idea here. All right, give me just 1 second. We're gonna see if this looks good or not. How many more members until a gritty? 15. I hope Max is on TV. I might be on somebody's TV. I'm not personally on a TV station though. I think Corey Gherkin is approaching Cedar Key, Florida.
That reminds me of George.
I'm trying to go to him.
Farm.
I'm clicking the wrong buttons again. It's Corey Gherkin. Brandon Kopic is going towards... Alright, Brandon Kopic is actually approaching Steinhatchee, Florida, which is one of the areas that had some of the worst storm surge. He's in the town right now, bottom right of your screen. This is where it made landfall, so we're going to see what it looks like on Brandon Kopic's feed. Again, Brandon Kopic is on Radar Omega. He is also on YouTube. We're going to see what he sees here in a moment. We might go back to him once he's a little bit closer. But he's in town. I just don't know when he's going to be near the beach. We'll stay on him through this turn and see what he's looking at.
Man, look at the wind.
Thank you, Smiley, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
It is still
good storms right now over Lake
crazy
Michigan.
Over here.
Probably just ordinary storms. We don't have any warnings right now for anything other than flash flooding.
Make sure that wasn't a piece
Brandon
of
Kopic's
metal
now
I
on
was
the
worried
bridge.
about.
Your camera looks AI pixelated. What? What do you mean, brother? Alright, until they get closer. They are getting pretty close. I'm just going to go back to... Let's see what Tyler Kurtz is looking at right now. Tyler Kurtz driving through some heavy rainfall. Kind of still in the eye wall. Corey Gherkin is frozen, I think. That's why his thing hasn't changed. Let me refresh it real quick. There we go. Corey Gherkin, he's back over in Cedar Key. We're gonna have a better shot with him here in a second. We'll go to Storm Runner Media for a moment. That's not Storm Runner Media. We're just gonna go back to Brandon Kopic, I think, for the time being. We'll stay on him, see what's going on here in Steinhatchee, Florida. Brandon's looking for the bench. He's too far north. He's not at the right place. We'd have to go down to Horseshoe Beach.
Alright, guys.
Hey, hi, generated stream? Absolutely.
Well, we're in Steinhatchee now. We're still making our way.
Back over to Storm Runner Media. We'll stay on them for a second. I'm gonna wait till Brandon's a little bit closer. Hey, Sweet, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. There is no tornado warning in Polk County anymore. That was earlier. There have been already 2 tornado warnings today in Polk County, for what it's worth. We don't have any tornado warning currently in Polk County. Thank you, Cap, for also becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Alright. I can barely see Max. Okay. Thanks for the announcement. I don't know what that means. Corey Gherkin might be actually going to pick up this camera, to be honest. That might be what he's doing. This is the Radar Omega Project Mesovort. Let's go back to Corey. Actually, we're gonna go Brandon first. I'm gonna see if he's closer yet.
Coming in by the
Oh, he's not there yet. Let's go back to
Brandon's got a
Corey
copy.
Gherkin. Oh, that's Corey Gherkin. Look at the flooding in Cedar Key. That's in Cedar Key, Florida. That's definitely some flooding.
Kinda.
Alright, I cannot get that probe. It's all underwater.
So Cedar
here.
Key, Florida, definitely dealing with flooding here.
Okay.
Brandon, I don't see it intensifying much as it goes into the Atlantic. It might intensify like a little bit, but it'll probably just be a tropical storm still. Yeah, this is Corey Gherkin. He is right now in Cedar Key, Florida. There's definitely flooding here. Probably from storm surge. There's a huge shelf in Michigan. Check Michigan on my thing real quick. I don't really see anything. There's a cluster, though, of storms with some wind.
Road just all flooded over there, Corey, or something.
Oh, Brandon is actually now on the water. Let's go to Brandon Kopic again. He's on Radar Omega and on YouTube.
What's
That's
that?
Brandon Kopic right there, folks.
Consider
He's
all the,
right on the
like,
water
roads flooded and everything.
in
We
Steinhatchee,
parked over by that, on the
Florida,
backside of the
where
playground.
Hurricane Debby made
I
landfall.
walked up that way.
So that is
I
right
didn't
there
know how
where it made
bad it
landfall.
was, 'cause on the
Not
camera
too long ago, just over an hour and a half ago.
showing that it's dry there. Man, are these
I'm just here for the trampoline and bench memes.
Like that whole area. I'm only like 4 or 5 blocks from that park, but this is all underwater.
Oh, the waves are pretty choppy. I mean, again, not horrible from what we're seeing right now, but it's definitely choppy waters and power's out here, sure. I think this like entire county is without power.
Oh, jeez. My goodness, you ain't kidding.
Thank you, Matt, also for the super chat. All right, guys, we quickly did the transition. All right,
Probe.
we did it. For those that are asking, the Drunk Hurricane T-shirt now features, instead of a trampoline, it has a bench. It's a Drunk Hurricane T-shirt on shopmaxvelocity.net. So it now has a bench now. So if you want to pick it up, I'll put the link in the chat. It's also in the description. That's the only bench merch I'm doing, though. I'm not putting bench on anything else. You're welcome for anybody that actually wanted it. No, I'm not putting 8 inches on there. No, that's 6 years old. The bench has made it onto a t-shirt, though. Big W in the chat for the bench. If anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, it's this bench right here. It's been surviving the storm surge. Limited edition of 10. Make it a collector's item? I'm not making it a collector's item, but it is a limited release shirt, technically. Brother, what is going on here? What kind of truck is this? Look at Corey Gherkin. Is that like an army truck or something? Or is that National Guard? I think that's National Guard that's driving right now through Cedar Key, Florida. Thank you, Kyle, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. A Hummer? Am I supposed to know what a Hummer is? Because I don't know what that is. What is a Hummer? not doing James Pettis merch or Pettis. No shot. Thanks, I just bought one. There's no shot you already bought one. Or did you, like, buy one, like, yesterday? Well, hopefully, if you already bought one, hopefully you're fine with it being a trampoline. We've had some people already buy it. Hey, JK for the super chat. The little bench that could. Absolutely. Those that don't know what we're looking at, this is Corey Gherkin in Cedar Key, Florida. He's looking at flooded waters here or flooded roadways in Cedar Key from some of the storm surge this morning. We also have Brandon Kopic. It's again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He's right on the water in Steinhatchee, Florida, which is where it made landfall this morning. My neighborhood is flooded. There are going to be a lot of areas flooded here from the storm surge. Kids merch next. I gotta do that. We haven't gone to it, but yeah, we're gonna do kids merch soon. I haven't really had time for it. Can't make this stuff up over 5,000 people watching after landfall. Well, I mean, to be honest, we went live like at 5:50 a.m. I think if this made landfall at like 8 p.m. today or something like that, there would be like at least 10,000 people watching. It's just kind of one of those situations. It's just so early in the morning. Which, again, I don't really care that much about viewership. I've said this before, but, like, you know, we would have had way more viewers if it was during, like, the evening.
A little bit higher than...
Because, you know, a lot more people are working right now or just waking up or whatever it might be.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know if the storms in Wisconsin are going to be that bad tonight. I think it's more of a conditional threat, but we could see an isolated tornado or two. I'm not sure, again, what we're doing this afternoon and evening, because I might end up meeting up with Reed Timmer or Connor Croft or Freddie McKinney or all three or something like that, like later today, because we're all in Florida, so we'll kind of see what happens. Again, I might have live coverage for, like, a live update maybe later today for Debby, which is kind of like a little update what's happening and what's expected, maybe something like that. If I don't do that, or I'll go live for severe weather in the Midwest for later today. And again, we're still live here probably for another hour, but I'm just saying later today, I'm not sure what we're doing, but that's pretty much the plan. Is that we'll be live if I don't go out and meet Connor, Freddie, and Reed. And usually I wouldn't, like, go out and do that stuff for, like, you know, after a tropical storm or whatever, but, you know. One, I kind of want to do some stuff. Kind of, you know, especially, I mean, this is not like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but, like, it'd be, like, you know, something that doesn't happen very often, so. I'm not sure exactly what Reed is doing, so. I messaged Reed, but we'll see if he gets back to me. Not sure where he's going. Meeting up at Waffle House? I highly doubt we're doing Waffle House. I've never had Waffle House in my life. Still got the Coast Guard here. Right on the shore here in Cedar Key, Florida. Reed doesn't know what Reed's doing? Is that what he said? Camera has gone out. Let's go to Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic's back on the roadway. I think they just retrieved the Radar Omega project board. I think that's what they just did. Back to Horseshoe Beach for the time being. Again, you can watch all these live cameras inside of the Radar Omega app if you are a subscriber. Again, it's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. So many comments about Waffle House, and if it's closed, it's apocalyptic. I can't even say the word. Bro, there's no shot. We already sold like 10 shirts in the last like 5 minutes after changing it to a bench. There's no way you guys wanted it that badly. There's no way. It's like 10 shirts that we sold in like not even 5 minutes for the new bench merch. That is absolutely wild. That's wild behavior at 8:40 in the morning. That is just crazy. Also, by the way, huge shout out to Evelyn with the $10 donation as well, and also thank you to Thomas with the $10 donation after picking up merch. Appreciate that. Make Waffle House merch. Absolutely, yeah. That's definitely not copyrightable or anything like that. There's bench merch where? It's going to be linked in the chat, and it's also second to top link in the description. It's a Drunk Hurricane t-shirt. We basically just replaced the trampoline with a bench. When life gives you a bench, make it a t-shirt. That's the quote of the century right there. Have to agree. Thank you, Dom, for the super chat. $5 super chat. I don't even know what that is. Is that anime or something? I don't know what that is. Got a little bit of rotation going towards Zolfo Springs and Bowling Green in Florida. Not much, but just a little bit. Let's see. Let's see if there's any other rotation anywhere. Kind of in a radar hole for Ocala and Gainesville. I'm not seeing any rotation in Northeast Florida right now. Not really seeing anything up in Georgia. So far, the tornado risk is a little bit low for the time being. Could peak a little bit later today, but still pretty low for the time being. Water's really receding? Yeah, it is. It's receding pretty quickly. We'll go back to Corey Gherkin. Corey Gherkin, again, currently live here in Cedar Key, Florida, where there is flooding on the roadways. That's what we're looking at right now.
Looking like it might be a while.
Sell self-inflating benches for emergencies. You guys are getting crazy. Max, you guys are like adult kids. Gotta have some fun sometimes. Gotta have some fun. Especially when, right now, it's just a lot of rain. There's not really any, like, anything that we need to really be talking about in detail right now. We've kind of already gone in detail about everything. Corey is benched. Am I eating cheese curds? No, I'm eating Chex Mix. Eating a little snack. Aren't all adults former kids? That's what I'm saying. What speed is Debby moving inland? That's actually a good question. I don't know what speed it's at right now.
No, Jojo, this is...
Let me check real quick. I didn't check the speed. 10 miles per hour. That's as of 8 a.m. It's probably going to be down to like 8 miles per hour by the next update, which is at 11 a.m., which is in about 2 hours. It's definitely going to start slowing down. And again, after today, and even after just the next few hours, like, this is the cone of uncertainty. I'm telling you guys, this is going to be like a catastrophic flooding event in the southeast for mostly South Carolina. Like, literally, it's not going to move, like, anywhere after Tuesday. Like, this is Tuesday morning. This is Thursday afternoon. It's going to move barely anywhere. Like, this thing's just going to stall over in South Carolina. It's really not going to be good for South Carolina at all. This will potentially be one of the more, you know, catastrophic flooding events that we'll ever probably witness here in, like, South Carolina. It could be a serious event that happens. Which means we will probably have another live stream on this. Again, I think we'll have another live stream. I don't know to what extent, but we'll probably have another live stream on this, like, beyond today. So we'll probably have more coverage on Debby later on. This is the computer models on the latest run. And again, most computer models do bring this offshore, which a lot of models are now coming into agreement that this does go briefly into the Atlantic Ocean and then moves back up into South Carolina. No models really, other than a couple that are still, like, only a couple really bring it to the west. So it looks likely that this will go up the coast and then eventually go back inland and then go back up the coast into New England. We are getting more certainty, I think, that this will be going up the coast of the United States. Again, originally there was a lot of back and forth, at least in the last 24 hours, if it would go back into the Gulf or move west. But I think we're becoming a little bit more certain now that it's going more to the northeast. Also, Tyler Kurtz has a huge tree down right now. Wow, that is a big tree. He is currently in... Tyler Kurtz right now, he's over in Brantford, Florida. Just east of where the eye is. That is a massive tree down.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for, I believe, Orlando, Florida, or near it. They've just issued a tornado warning for Orange County, which is probably that rotation there, just north of Celebration. That's not good. This is a very populated area, just west of Orlando. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your armor building. That's for Windmere, Horizon West, east of Four Corners, just north of Celebration. And seek shelter if you are in this warning. It is a very populated area. I think this is Disney. This actually might be Disney World right here. I literally said this like an hour ago. Like, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Disney World did have a tornado warning today. This is literally in Disney World. That is wild. I'm like 99% sure this is Disney. Yeah, this is Disney. I mean, I go to Disney a lot. This is literally Disney. So Walt Disney World is under this tornado warning. That does not happen very often. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Literally, if you guys have been here for a while, I literally said that like an hour ago. I was like, we might get a tornado warning in Disney World today. That's really crazy that I said that earlier. I mean, will we have a tornado? We'll see. But that's definitely rotation right now near 429. I don't know where this is in Disney World. I gotta pull up a map and look at Disney, because this might be over, like, you know, might be over a park. I don't really know. I gotta look. So, all right, we're doing a little Disney broadcast here, I guess. This is currently located, if I'm getting this right, this is World Drive right here. All right, that's World Drive. This rotation is over Epcot right now. All right, it's now approaching Magic Kingdom in Disney World. It's not on the ground from what we know, but this, if there's a tornado, it's going to be approaching Magic Kingdom in Disney World. Again, we are talking about a tornado warning here just west of Orlando. We'll be approaching Lake Butler here soon. This is where Magic Kingdom is located, is right about there. It's so ironic that we were talking about Disney World. Like, me and Connor were there like a week and a half ago. But this is Magic Kingdom right here. This is Cinderella's Castle. You can see it on the map. You got Cinderella's Castle right here, over near the Seven Seas Lagoon. Near Reedy Lake is where that rotation is. So, it doesn't look honestly that strong. I mean, on the terminal radar, it looks a little bit stronger. There's probably like a funnel or a wall cloud or something. But literally, this is just a mile, I would say, west of the Cinderella Castle in Disney World. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to laugh, but like, it's just so ironic that we're talking about Disney right now. The good news is, again, I think it's not going to drop. I mean, it's broad rotation, but... And that's where Magic Kingdom is, right there. Does Disney have cameras? I have no clue. Absolutely no clue. I don't know if they have any public cameras. Crazy stuff. I don't know the last time that Walt Disney World had a tornado warning. I think it's been a while. I mean, again, I don't know if I don't see anything that's definitive that's on the ground, but if we have a tornado, it's just northwest of Cinderella's castle. Again, this is the theme park. You can see it here. So that's Space Mountain right there. You got like Tron or whatever. You got like, this is the far west side of Magic Kingdom. The rotation is back over like here. So it's a little bit west of Magic Kingdom. But I can only imagine, like, dude, I don't know what they do in that situation. Like, I don't know if they're going into tunnels or something. Like, I'm very curious to know what's happening at Walt Disney World right now, because they are open. They open at 9. Like, this is not like a... I don't know. This is... It's weird, because I haven't seen... you don't usually see this. So, I don't know if anybody's at Disney World right now in the chat, let me know. I'm curious. I'm, like, actually curious to know what's happening there. Disney NATO. I mean, I'm looking at the wait times on the Disney app right now. I mean, like, Space Mountain is like 20 minutes, so I don't even know if they have, like, anybody at Disney World right now. All the wait times are so low. I'm guessing people go underground. I'm guessing that's what they're doing. But if anybody knows in the chat, like, let me know. I'm actually curious. They'd use the tunnels? Man, I kind of wish I was there. It'd be so cool. Be in a tornado warning in Disney World and go into the tunnels. There's like nobody at Disney World today. The wait times are so low. Hollywood Studios has like no wait times at all. Like if you're in Florida today and you want a vacation today, like I guess Disney World is the place to be. There are wait times for nothing right now. Granted, the park just opened, but like still. There's probably like nobody there today. It's like the best day to go is on a day like this, but you would have to have ponchos because it's going to be raining all day. Yeah, again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be approaching Lake Butler now. It's basically outside of the Disney World area. I wouldn't rule out, though, if another one of these bands comes through, we could get another brief spin up or something. But that rotation now just northwest of Cinderella's castle, approaching Lake Butler. Thank you, Mr. Clean, for the $5 super chat. I mean, you should tell her about the rain at least. There's probably going to be 15 to 20 inches of rain in a lot of those areas. I'm watching my friend on TikTok live. Everyone is in the stores. Okay, so apparently a lot of people in the stores there at Disney World. Tell Connor? I'm not going to message him. I'm pretty sure he's sleeping. I think him and Freddy are trying to get some pretty good shut-eye right now. I mean, I bet I have at least 10 viewers right now that are watching from Disney World. Because, like, literally, this is just so crazy that we have a tornado warning for Disney World. This is debatably the craziest storm I've covered. Like, I can't believe we are literally talking about the Cinderella Castle for a call-out. Like, usually when we're doing call-outs for tornado warnings, it's like, you know, you got a Wawa coming up, or got this town coming up. Bro, we literally got rotation north of Cinderella's castle. Like, north of Space Mountain. You can actually see the entire theme park on here, too. Good news is it's still relatively broad rotation. So, again, I don't think there's anything on the ground. It's now outside of Disney World. It's moving towards Windermere, and eventually going towards the west side of Orlando. Yeah, I'm in Florida, but, I mean, this would have been a perfect day to go to Disney, though. I gotta say. Would have been perfect. This would have been the day to go. There's, like, nobody probably there right now. I bet the people that are there right now are probably, like, you know, leaving. They're like, all right, we're out of here. We're not staying at the park today. Yeah, we haven't seen any debris. Good news about that. I mean, there's no tornado on the ground from what we're seeing. It's just, again, so crazy that we have this in Disney World. Thank you, Helia, for the super chat. Disney employees and Hollywood studios are watching right now. That's crazy. Again, if you're tuning in from Disney right now, I think the threat is gone. Again, the rotation that we were talking about is now out of your area. Could see something behind it, you know, maybe in like an hour or even sooner, because we still have a tornado threat out of these cells, and then anything that develops behind it to the west. But again, the rotation itself right now is pretty weak, and it's also now north of the Magic Kingdom. All right, I don't know where Hollywood Studios is. I think it's like in here somewhere, or Epcot. I think Animal Kingdom is over here somewhere too. But yeah, again, the rotation and whatnot, it's kind of out of here, at least out of the Disney World area. So hopefully I was able to help you guys if you're in Disney, which I bet there are at least a dozen people in Disney watching. Cinderella needs to go to her safe spot. I just can't believe we're covering Disney World, like, out of all places. It's just ironic that I even said this like an hour and a half ago. I'm like, yeah, we might get a tornado warning in Disney World today. If anybody like has a clip of that or knows what timestamp it's at in this live stream, let me know. She lost her glass slipper. It's a catastrophic event. But yeah, the only rotation that we have, it's up near Lake Butler now. It's going to be approaching Winter Garden here soon, 50, and just west of Orlando. Just going to stay zoomed out for the time being. Matthew says Disney here. Wow. We have some Disney viewers. New ride at Disney, drunk NATO. Midwest coverage today? I don't know if we're doing Midwest coverage. Again, we have a slight risk. I just don't know if it's really going to perform. Like, I was kind of looking at the models. It's very 50-50. It's conditional. We're all staying at Disney tonight. My family is all sleeping. I'm glad I subscribed a week ago. I'm glad I can help. It's crazy. Nobody at the golf courses? Yeah, there's nobody's gonna be golfing out in this weather today. Dude, I'm looking at the map right now of rides at Disney and stuff. Literally, like, every ride is currently closed. All those stars indicate closed rides. That's on one side of the park. The other side of the park, there's a ton of them too. I mean, like, there's like half the rides are closed right now. And the wait times are all, like, so low. I'm telling you guys, like, there's probably nobody at Disney today. I could jinx it and everybody goes, like, this afternoon, but it looks really quiet there. Tornado warning does expire in 8 minutes. Rotation is now northeast of Horizon West again. It is no longer in the Disney World area. Continue to stay in your safe place until the warning is officially lifted, but it is moving out of the... It has already moved out of the Disney World area. Could see some rotation behind it, but nothing imminent from what I'm seeing. The whole park is closed? Is it actually? Are they, like, not letting people, like, go on rides and stuff? I'm at Disney, it's wild. I'm so curious to know what's happening there. Disney World is closed. Are they actually, like, closed? I'm just kind of interested to see, like, what happens there. They don't get tornado warnings that often in Disney World, so... This rotation near Celebration actually might get warned, too. We'll see. It's going towards Buena Vista. Park is not closed. I mean, it might be, like, closed as in, like, they're not, like... The rides are not, like, running, that sort of thing. I don't think it's, like, actually closed, though, for the day. Like, or anything like that. Like, I think they're, like, gonna be fully open today. There are people live streaming? Yeah. Again, I'm guessing that they're not, like, closing for this. Unless an actual tornado happened, that'd be the only way. But I'm pretty sure they're open today, from what I'm seeing. I think the last time they had a tornado warning was like 2018. That sounds about right. Again, they don't get tornado warnings that often. This part of, like, Central Florida is very hit or miss when it comes to tornado threats. And, yeah, the last time apparently was 6 years ago, which is quite a long time ago. So we got a little bit of rotation near Bowling Green, Florida. A little bit of circulation also east of Lakeland near Winter Haven, Florida. Tornado warning has now been canceled for the Disney World area and Orlando. So good news there. We're no longer on a tornado warning in Disney World. But yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll keep you posted with the latest with Debby as the madness continues here in Florida. But the tornado warning has been canceled in Disney World. And anywhere there west of Orlando. Alright, let's go back to some storm chasers. Let's check out and see what's happening. Connor's obviously sleeping. Brandon Kopic, they are cleaning up a tree, I believe. They have low signal right now, so we'll steer away from them for now. Storm Intermedia still out there driving. They are near Trenton, Florida. Not seeing anything right now on their end. Corey Gherkin still looking at the flooding in Cedar Key. So that's still a thing. Cedar Key, Florida. Update count to 0. It automatically updates. So, it sometimes for whatever reason, a warning might get canceled, but it doesn't always update. So, but it is automatic. I can't manually update that. I remember seeing a funnel cloud in Disney. I think there was a funnel cloud like 2 years ago or something. I remember getting sent a video of that. I'm in Hilton Head Island. Should I be concerned? Yeah, I mean, flooding's gonna be a big concern there. Like, we're looking at storm surge here. This isn't, like, actual, like, this is flooding, but this is for mostly storm surge. What we're gonna see up in the Carolinas is gonna be catastrophic more than likely, at least in this area. Because we're gonna have that, again, Debbie's just gonna stall as we go into the rest of the week. And so that's gonna lead to literally feet of rain up in parts of South Carolina, which is mainly gonna be eastern South Carolina and eastern Georgia. You got yet again another tree down, by the way. Brandon Kopic on the scene. And he's live on Radar Omega. He's also on YouTube. Another tree down.
Already started taking it, dragged it.
There are literally endless trees that are down. From Hurricane Debby.
Cut it too.
W's in the chat for both Brandon and Vince. Chainsawing another tree, getting it out of the way. Big W. For reference, Brandon is just south of the eye of Debby. Debbie's now here near Perry. What is happening here? Why does Debby almost look like it's going southeast right now? What is going on here? I need to go frame by frame here. This is like... well, why does it look like Debbie's all of a sudden going southeast? What? Am I tripping here? I might just be tripping. It kind of looks like it's going like backwards or something. Whoa. Maybe it's moving north. Kind of looks trippy though. On the reflectivity, it looks really trippy. Satellite imagery is just coming up now, but we don't have a great view of that. Can't tell if I'm tripping or not. I'm trying to figure this out. Like, it almost kind of looks like it's going backwards for some reason. Or maybe this is just part of it turning to the east or something. I don't know. I'm kind of looking at this and going back a little bit. I need to look at this more. It just looks trippy on reflectivity. Made landfall. What time is this at? This is at 7:30. Let me go back all the way to landfall. We'll try to look at this frame by frame. I might just be tripping out. I just want to look and see. It almost kind of looks like it's just, like, stalled. It actually kind of looks like it just stalled out here. Near Perry. I'm probably just tripping. I think it's still moving north, but it looks like it's just, like, stalled. Like, really early. Looks like it's moving very slowly now to the north. I don't know. Looks weird. Looks weird on reflectivity. Yeah, Jessica, you're not late. I got up at 5:40 a.m. Or 5 a.m. and I went live at like 5:40. Crazy. Earliest that I've ever gotten up to go live was 5:40 a.m. Also, the earliest stream, or 5 a.m. Earliest I've ever gone live, though, in history. 5:40 a.m. It's really early. This is definitely a record. No problem, Floral. Appreciate you tuning in. Actually, let's check out on the Project Mesovort cameras on Radar Omega. Cedar Key first. This is Cedar Key, Florida. Again, live shot here. Right along the water. Nothing too crazy. Water's retreating, but storm surge is definitely still up there. Bottom right of your screen is Corey Gherkin. He's been looking at a lot of water being on the ground for a while. From all the storm surge, so it's kind of flooded into town a little bit. This is Horseshoe Beach. The historic bench is still there. The bench has not moved. And also, we're starting to see grass, so the water's definitely retreating here. There's no doubt. And then once this clears out, we'll see what's behind it. But the bench is still there. And again, we have released bench merch for those that are very interested in getting a historic piece of your collection of merchandise. So you can pick up a Drunk a Cane t-shirt with a bench on it on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's in the chat. It's also in the description. But the bench is still there. But yeah, I'm not really seeing anything too absurd yet. I can't really tell what this is right here on the left. It looks like, I mean, that might be sand. I don't think the sand was there yesterday. I could be wrong. Also, Corey Gherkin, I think, has, like, low signal or something, so. Lost connection with him. We'll go to Tyler Kurtz for now. Still no Diet Coke. No Diet Coke. 5 days in a row today would be without Diet Coke. All right, a little interesting development here. This is back over on Keaton Beach, Florida. This is another Project Mesovort camera on the Radar Omega app. And again, if you are a subscriber on the app, you can access these cameras. And again, if you want to download Radar Omega, it is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Earlier, we didn't have much water here. We actually now have water coming ashore a bit more. We are probably going to see some storm surge flooding here in the next hour. That could go all the way up to maybe even this building here. So just keep that in mind. This is definitely going to get a little bit more interesting, I think, here in Keaton Beach. Main reason why is because before we had wind that was coming from onshore, which means it's kind of pushing the water back into the ocean. Now it's coming onshore, and as long as it is strong enough, we are probably going to start to see some storm surge. It's coming more in this direction, so it's kind of moving out of the northwest. Once it turns more out of the south, we're probably going to get some more significant storm surge. That's if it turns more out of the south, which I don't know if it'll turn much more out of the south, but it might a little bit. But the bench has taken a big W today. It is staying in place. How much do you bench? I have actually no clue. I don't know if I've ever benched before. Maybe I have. I don't know. I might have when I was on a football team for like a month, but that would have been the only time. And I don't really remember. I swear Debby has slowed down. It has slowed down a lot by what we're looking at. By the way, this is the latest GFS model run. It has a landfall happening both, obviously, in Florida, which has already happened, and as well as back over in Georgia. It goes kind of more in this direction. So it kind of does some weird stuff. The GFS model, the latest run, still has a widespread foot of rain across Georgia and South Carolina. So That's the latest run from the GFS. The European model. Trying to get through it all. The European model still dumping a foot of rain across most of the East Coast. Anywhere near Georgia and then back through South Carolina. Oh, look at that. Back near Buena Vista, Florida. We have some rotation. I'm surprised this actually isn't tornado warned. This is going right towards Orlando right now. A little bit broader on the latest scan. Definitely rotation, though, near Interstate 4, heading towards Orlando, Florida. This actually isn't warned. This is just... I think this is near Disney Springs now. And now it's going to be moving up Interstate 4. That is actually rotation right there. Heading right towards Orlando. A little surprised this isn't warned, though. What's the other radar site showing? Bro, what? That's like tight. How is this not warned? It's like tight rotation on the other, the regional radar site. Let's see what the latest velocity scan shows. That is like strong rotation. How is this not warned? This is going towards a very populated area, too. We might have a tornado right now south of Dr. Phillips that's not warned. We don't have a debris signature, but we might have something small or something on the ground. I mean, there's definitely rotation. It is starting to broaden from what I'm seeing on the terminal radar site, which is closer up. Like, low-key, there might be something here. That right there is that rotation. Moving right into Dr. Phillips. It's not as strong as a moment ago, but it is definitely still strong enough for there to be a funnel or even maybe a brief tornado. We are now over 300,000 without power now in Florida. This was 230,000 about like an hour ago. PowerOutage.us just updated. We are now over 300,000 without power in the state of Florida. And yeah, I mean, it's getting pretty significant. Most of the power outages in the Big Bend. Not really any up and down the east coast of Florida. Just some isolated power outages. And then Lake County, Marion County, Putnam County, kind of central Florida here. Isolated power outages thus far. Latest scan still showing that rotation broadening out. But we may have just had a brief tornado north of Celebration near Buena Vista. No reports or anything, but... that rotation was definitely strong enough for there to be a tornado. And that rotation, again, on the 920 scan is pretty tight. I got you, Hannah. I'll hopefully remember that. I'm not very good with remembering stuff. Drunk NATO drinking around the world at Epcot? Be a wild stream. Another radar scan here in a second. Still circulation. It's a bit broader now, but it's moving towards Orlando in central Florida. Still a low chance that we do get a tornado with this as it moves to the northeast. So still watching it closely. Disney live stream when? I'm not doing a Disney live stream. No shot. We got a little bit of rotation near Zolfo Springs as well. Not much, but just a little bit. Back over south of Tampa, we have some gusty winds moving ashore with a cluster. It's going to be moving in the direction of Brandon. Going to pretty much just stay in rural areas just southeast of Tampa. That side of that, we're not really looking at much. All right, we'll go back to the bench cam for the time being. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream. Also, if you have not already, make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We'll be posting some updates after this is all said and done, with any updates throughout the day today, we'll be retweeting photos and videos on Twitter. Again, at Max Velocity WX. The plan, again, is right now, this is my current plan for today. We'll probably be live until about 10 this morning, bearing any big changes to the forecast. And then after that, I might have a video at some point today, we'll see. My plan, though, is that we might go live tonight. It's 50-50, all right? I might do a live stream tonight, either talking about Debby and what's going to be coming up after this, or potentially cover the Midwest severe weather event, if that actually transpires, which again is conditional. I've had a lot of people asking me if I'm going to cover the Midwest today. Again, it's 50-50, it's kind of conditional, so I'm not sure. We have no storm chasers in the Midwest today, so I don't know if we're really going to go live for that anyways, unless something is actually happening there. Like, if we have a tornado on the ground, we'll probably be live. But it's going to be contingent on this. I might be meeting up with Connor Croft, Freddie McKinney for dinner, or even possibly Reed Timmer. I'm not entirely sure. It's just a possibility. So if that happens, I will not be live probably at all tonight. But I will try to at least have a video around lunchtime today. Or a little bit after that, maybe. So, at least. So we'll see what happens. But we'll be live here at least for the next half hour, maybe a bit longer, depending on how things go. But granted, again, we've been live for 3.5 hours, and I got up at like 5 a.m. So, I'm going to try to relax a little bit, in case we do have to go live again later. Everybody's focusing on the hurricane? Well, yeah, everybody is. I mean, but the other thing is, like, I'd definitely go live for the Midwest probably today. If one, it wasn't 100% like conditional, because it's pretty conditional. And two, right now we don't have any storm chasers up there, so we wouldn't have any live footage. We just have we have some live cams up there, but they're spotty. We need a live stream of you sitting on that bench. We're not sitting on the bench. Huge shout out to anybody that's picked up the Drunk Cane t-shirt. We sold, after I changed it to a bench design, we sold like 10 in like 5 minutes. Where do I live? Midwest? No, I'm in Florida. But Reed hasn't responded to me yet, so I'm not sure if he's going to be doing that or not. But Connor and Freddie, they're sleeping probably for the next like 8 to 10 hours, so we'll see what happens there. Rotation has died out near Orlando. It's mostly just wind for the time being. So, not really looking at much rotation. Definitely broader circulation. I'm honestly surprised they didn't issue a tornado warning on that. But it is what it is. Just gusty winds now for the Orlando area. I'm not really seeing any other rotation anywhere else. So, that's the latest. Alright, here comes the storm surge here in Keaton Beach, Florida. It's starting to come up more. There's actually a car here right now. Storm surge is beginning to come up a little bit more now as the offshore flow comes in here to Keaton Beach, Florida. Where was official landfall? It was in Steinhatchee, Florida at about 7 a.m. I need to refresh Corey's stream, I think. By the way, this is the live camera on Radar Omega that's available to subscribers. There's 3 of them. There we go. Got Corey refreshed. Wind's really picking up here, too. Keaton Beach is starting to get pretty windy. Take pictures? Yeah, I mean, if we do, I'll try to put something on Twitter. By the way, we do have some severe weather in the Midwest. Mostly just wind coming off of the lakes. But nothing really too crazy here. We have a live Radar Omega cyclone port in Kalamazoo, Michigan. A little scuddy activity top left of your screen, but other than that, pretty normal storm activity there. Nothing too concerning there right now. I mean, again, if we had any severe weather that's significant, it would be more than anything later today. We're not really looking at much of a threat in the short term. It's more of a long-term threat. This is Corey Gherkin. Could probably just full screen him. Let me full screen him here. Well, we'll go to Brandon Kopic first. Still picking up that tree. He's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Go to Corey, though. This is Corey Gherkin in Cedar Key, Florida. Still flooded over roadways here. Major changes here. Yeah, Debbie's kind of going in the direction of Valdosta.
Going down pretty fast.
It'll probably it'll probably dump a lot of rain there. The eye itself is going to stay probably just south of Valdosta, Georgia. Yeah, Debbie is still a Cat 1. The next update will be at, I believe, 11. Let me just double check. But I think their next update's at 11. Yeah, so it is a Category 1 hurricane as of 8 a.m. Maximum sustained winds were at 75 miles per hour. If I had to guess, this is probably now down to a tropical storm. But we won't know until the 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. advisory, sorry, which is in about an hour and a half. Because the eye is pretty far inland now, so it's pretty likely that this is no longer a hurricane. But we won't know until 11 unless they do like an advisory update or something like that. Yeah, it's probably a tropical storm. We don't have anything to back it up, but it just looks like one now. It looks like one, kind of feels like one. You know, I think it's a tropical storm. Ryan is talking about signing off. Oh, is he live? I haven't really been paying attention. I mean, I honestly wouldn't blame him, to be honest. Like, this is pretty mid. Like, there's not really much happening. It's interesting, right? But, like, I mean, I got up at, like, 5 a.m., and I kind of expected a bit more than this. I think everybody did, like Connor Croft, Freddie McKinney, all of them. Like, I think we all expected something more. Yeah, this is been pretty mid when it comes to coverage. I mean, it's pretty rural areas, which is good, I would say, because it's at least not impacting, like, Tampa, for example. Like, if this happened in Tampa, we would probably have an 8-hour plus live coverage because it would just be that much more concerning. But this is pretty, you know, rural areas here, Florida and the Big Bend. But Loki, I would not blame him at all. Even the bench is taking in this stride. Bro, the bench is going crazy right now. Bench is taking in a lot. I said this yesterday, but huge shout out to Radar Omega for putting out 4 different cameras. One of them went out, but all, you know, they had 4 cameras yesterday. One of them went out this morning because of probably water or something. But huge shout out to them putting out 4 cameras for coverage and whatnot. You know, maybe a little bit underwhelming when it came to what we saw with video footage. We obviously kind of expected a little bit more, but regardless, these help a lot to be able to see what's happening out there. I mean, again, we got cameras up and down the Big Bend where this particular, you know, hurricane made landfall. So, huge W to Radar Omega for putting all these out. Again, looking at Cedar Key right now, like, it looks pretty nice. It's not too shabby. You know, back up in Horseshoe Beach, this is really the worst of what we saw. It was pretty bad for a little bit, but the water's already retreating, which is nice. The bench is still there, too. Gotta get some W's to the bench in the chat. Thank you, Laura, for the $10 donation. Appreciate that. Slight risk along Lake Erie. I am slightly west of Cleveland. I think it'll be mostly wind up there, honestly. Like, it should be just mostly damaging winds. I wouldn't expect much else up there. I do appreciate the generous $10 donation. You can play the I'm Still Standing song to this bench, literally. Bro, there's a person named Bench in the chat, and they just said, I'm still standing. Oh, man. Crazy. Max velocity is the only positive note on the stock markets today. I just got notifications on my phone about the stock market plummeting, so good times. We're not getting into politics, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there. I literally just got a notification about it. That's why I read that message. Good times. Again, you can watch all these live cameras on the Radar Omega app. The Project Mesovorts, top link in the description. If you are a subscriber on the app, you can view these. You have to be a subscriber, though. All tier subscribers can watch these. So, we're just gonna have it up here for a second to watch the bench. Is it true that there's a rotation near Orlando? There was earlier. There isn't really any rotation anymore, though. There was a little bit near Orlando. I still have a little bit, actually, near Orlando. It's been kind of hit or miss. It's pretty broad, though, from what I'm seeing. It was tighter before near I-4, just southwest of Orlando, but it's kind of broadening out again. So, yeah, not really anything too crazy. But yeah, this is definitely not nearly as crazy as I kind of expected today. It's been pretty mid. Let's go to Corey Gherkin for the time being. Again, this is in Cedar Key, Florida, where there has been some storm surge flooding. Dude, there are observations right now of wind gusts and stuff in Florida, and as well as in Georgia. They are so low. Go back to Corey in a second. Let me go to METAR data on wind speed. These are the wind speed numbers right now. I'm going to take off radar so you can see them. Or actually, I have to keep radar on. Let me, can I have this on, like, without radar? I don't know if I can do that. But you can see the numbers. These are the wind speeds right now, not including wind gusts. 23 miles per hour, which that's in the eye. 21 miles per hour near Live Oak. Valdesta is at 29 miles per hour. Thomasville is at 31. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, this is definitely not as bad as I think. I mean, it's not bad. Again, the intensity is not what's really the big story. It's gonna be the flooding, but like, I'm just saying in general, like, this is just a pretty normal tropical storm at this point. This is definitely not a hurricane. We'll have an update at 11 probably verifying that, but this is definitely weakened. So, yeah. It's just the teacups in Orlando. Brother, Disney World went crazy. Right, let's go back to this live cam for the time being. Water on the road, do not drive through it, it'll be very dangerous. Yeah, that's a good reminder too. If you're out there today, make sure that you're not driving on the roadways. Corey Gherkin, look at this. This is in Cedar Key right now. He has a view of all that water that's come ashore from the storm surge. How do I become a member? It's one of the top links in the description. It's also the join button. Wrightington, you might have to enable them. There is a way that you can enable those cameras on the app. It's on the left side. It's going to be under the Cyclone Port tab. And you can turn on those that way. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's much else to say. Hopefully you guys at least have enjoyed this coverage. Obviously, we got up really early for it, so hopefully you guys have enjoyed the coverage thus far, and hopefully it's been helpful the last couple of days. Obviously, again, we kind of expected a little bit more today when it came to just pure, footage and stuff like that, but it is what it is. hopefully we got the word out there. And they're having a lot of power outages. Again, like, it doesn't go without saying, like, we've had a lot of impacts. If you go back over to the power outage map, this is what it looks like. Like, again, we have over 300,000 without power in Florida. Like, that's not a small number. Many areas almost 100% without power in the Big Bend, but, you know, there was a thought that this could be potentially a little bit worse than this. Like, we thought there was a chance that this could get to a category 4, or no, sorry, not category 4, not a category 4. Definitely did not mean to say that. Category 2, like that was a possibility. But luckily it made landfall at 7 a.m. instead of, like, you know, 12 p.m. If it made landfall 5 hours later, I think this could have made a run at being a Cat 2 for sure. Your background color is red, no warnings, I think. Yeah, I have it on red for hurricane coverage. But we can make it blue. Or purple. Ooh, purple. Look at the purple. Wow, that looks lit. The reason why I said category 4 is because I was reading a misinformation thumbnail on YouTube that I was just scrolling by. So, good times. Just, like, popped out of my head for some reason. Not a category 4, category 98. Absolutely. Absolutely. TikTok probably talking about that already. How's it going, James? Welcome back. Say good morning, sunshine? Bro, I've been up since 5 a.m. Up for almost 5 hours already today. It's crazy. When this comes to an end, I'll surely have bench withdrawal. Well, good news. You can pick up a Drunk Cocaine t-shirt on shopmaxvelocity.net, so you don't have your bench withdrawal ever again. You got the bench, you got the hurricane, you got the beer. Pick it up at shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's going to be in the description. It's also going to be posted in the chat. It's already a very popular product on our store. This is only going to be out, by the way, for like a week, probably, because it's specifically driven for this event. So I don't think we're going to have that out for that long. So if you want to pick it up, it's more than likely just going to be a limited drop, like release sort of thing. So if you actually want it, the link's in the chat. It's also in the description. But yeah, it's not going to be out for very long. It'll be a pretty short-term sort of thing. The bench, I don't think we're going to have a return of the bench. I don't think the bench is returning. I gotta say, though, it's pretty crazy. I mean, the water's all retreating now. You know, the bench is still there. Still intact. It's actually going to stop raining here soon. It's been raining pretty much all morning. But the rain's definitely calming down now. Probably got the last gasp of rain here in this part of Florida, near Horseshoe Beach. I'll be up for the entertaining stuff today. What's entertaining about the rest of today? I'm not going to be live, I don't think, that much longer. Oh, if you're watching Storm Intermedia, but I got you. Yeah, I changed it over already. I kind of figured that. The bench warrants a plaque. Bruh. Thank you, Shane, for the $10 donation. Appreciate that. Great coverage as usual is the message. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 donation with the donation link. How's it going, Vega? Welcome back. Rainfall total still pretty high. Yeah, after today, it's going to be pretty high. I mean, again, Carolinas are the main area that we're watching for, really. But Georgia and parts of northern Florida are going to be picking up anywhere from 12 to potentially 30 inches of rain over the next few days. It depends on the track. Again, if this does go back into the Atlantic, better chance it goes into South Carolina and dumps tons of rain. If it takes a bit of a U-turn back into Georgia or something, the rainfall totals will probably be a bit lower than this. But we are definitely looking at a pretty bad scenario here for the state of South Carolina, Georgia, and parts of northern Florida. Tammy, we'll see. Again, if I don't go live tonight, you'll know why. It'll be because I'm either one, the weather's not concerning enough, or two, I am with storm chasers for dinner or something like that. So we'll see. I'm probably gonna be awake for the next like at least 14 hours anyways. So there's no way I'm going back to bed. I'm pretty awake right now. bench is winning. The bench has won against Hurricane Debby. Somebody's getting an alert on their stream. I don't know who. I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background. Somebody must have just went under a warning or something like that. Just as a little throwback here. This is what Debby looked like last night. So if we weren't live when this happened, but Debby looked interesting last night at about 10 o'clock. A lot of interesting comments. Somebody commented, did I just get flashed by a hurricane? There's no shot somebody commented that on my post. So, yeah, that's what it looked like last night. You know, today we're looking at... Let's go back to infrared imagery real quick. That's what infrared imagery looks like right now. That's what infrared imagery looks like now. So we don't have that look anymore, but it has made landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. Still has some organization, but it should become more disorganized throughout the day today. What was that? That was the infrared imagery of Debby last night. That was legit what it looked like last night. Which is absurd. I don't know even how it did that. We weren't live for it, and I was kind of already like half asleep when that happened. Some people got some wild comments on that post, I gotta say that. There's some crazy comments. The bench needs a raise, I have to say. It does. Whoever built that needs a raise. Yeah, the infrared imagery now looks a bit more like a tropical storm. Again, I think this is down to a tropical storm. It's not a hurricane anymore, I don't think, but we won't know officially until at least 11, so just wait and see, I guess. But I'm not going to be live until 11, there's no way. This is not interesting enough. Not really anything really happening, to be honest. I mean, again, we got, like, you know, storm surge still happening, and we're gonna have flooding tomorrow for sure. It's gonna really ramp up tomorrow, but like the rest of today, it just looks like rain, maybe an isolated tornado or two, and that's really about it. Like, the tornado threat might ramp up a bit more this afternoon. Let's go to the computer models here. Let's go to the HRRR. Check that out. Thank you, Gaming, for the very generous $20 super chat. I don't think it did. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, again, Disney does not see tornado warnings that often. I think the last one, again, was like back in like 2018 was the last warning. Do a 24-hour stream? We're not doing a 24-hour stream for this level of mid. Like, there's not much to talk about, really. I mean, again, we could talk about flooding all day, but it would just be repetitive. Yeah, so this afternoon, we'll probably start to get a bit more of a tornado threat in central Florida. Eventually this evening, tornado threat very low. And then back up in Georgia and South Carolina. This is what it'll look like tonight. Could get a couple of tornadoes on the East Coast. And then just kind of... The HRRR just has this kind of fizzling a lot as we go into a Wednesday. But again, it's not a hurricane model. And then this is the HRRR model in the Midwest today. Could have a couple of tornadoes this afternoon and evening back over in Minnesota, Wisconsin, perhaps even Iowa. Again, pretty low risk. I don't know if we're really going to go live for this. Again, it looks really just kind of 50-50 on that, so not really too concerned about the Midwest today. Just have a tornado action plan in place. Now, if needed, we'll go live, but again, if I am going, like, it's either I go live, I don't go live, or I just go, you know, if there's something happening and I'm not here, it's probably because I'm with storm chasers or whatever. Because there's a lot of people here in Florida that I'm hoping to try to meet up with over the next few days, but we'll see. Bro, somebody named themselves Chair, and they said, Max, why are you always sitting on me? It hurts. Bro, there's no way somebody came in my chat, put a profile picture of Chair. It has their name as Chair, and it looks like my chair. I can't tell, but it looks like my chair. Thank you, by the way, again, Gaming, for the generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Bro, James, there's no way you tweeted me that on Twitter. If you know, you know, I guess. How am I? I'm doing fantastic. We woke up at 5 a.m. It's great. Now, I usually go to bed at 4 a.m. But, you know, today we got up at 5 a.m. Basically got up today when I usually go to bed. So, good times. Bench and chair collab. Oh, man. We're not doing a bench and chair collab. Alright, let's go back to the bench cam, though. Might as well. Back to the bench cam here on the Radar Omega Project Mesovort cameras. Again, available to all subscribers on the Radar Omega app. If you want to download the app, it is the top link in the description below. This is what we're looking at right now. Actually getting windy. Why is it getting so windy all of a sudden? Look at the wind really picking up here. Like, all of a sudden windy here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. What should we name the bench? I don't know. I don't really have a good name for it. Larry? Florence, I don't actually know. Sometimes notifications get sent, sometimes they don't. They can be hit or miss sometimes. Dude, the memes in the general chat on Discord are going crazy. I've seen a lot of them this morning. Benny the Bench. Benny the Bench sounds good. Ben the Bench? Ben the Bench sounds weird. Benny the Bench sounds good. Good old Benny. Does anybody actually live in this area, though, and know if it's, like, historical or something? Or if it's just a bench that's tied down, like, to the concrete, or really, like, hammered in there? The bench needs an NIL deal? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's cemented? Yeah, I kind of figured. How's it going, Karina? Welcome back. This is in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. You need to go visit the beach when the storm passes? I'm not driving to go see this bench. I know that there's like some big personal ties from this live stream for this bench, but we're not driving to go look at this bench. It's just not happening. I don't feel like putting, I don't know how many miles it would be, but it would be a lot of miles just to go look at a bench. Who goes for a drive and is like, oh, I want to go see a bench today? Bench stream. We're not going to look at that bench. I will give you money for it, bro. I'm not getting bribed to go look at a bench. For me, that's a 500, 600 mile drive. I don't even know how many miles it is, but it's probably a lot. Connor will go with you. Connor's not going to go look at a bench with me. With the mood he was in this morning because of not being able to sleep, like, there's no shot. He's going to want to go back to the west to go look at a bench. He's trying to go up to the flooding threat. Connor would? He would not. I don't even think Connor knows about this bench. I don't think Connor knows anything about the bench. Said no bench merch, now yet here we are. Yeah, guys, I did like a quick flip around on the bench merch. There's a very short time frame that I had to make that in, but apparently we've already sold like I think 15 t-shirts for this bench, which is just absurd. Cannot believe people actually bought the bench merch. I'm 30 minutes from the beach. I will offer signed photos for a little bit of money. Dude, I'm not going to the beach and signing autographs either. It's no shot. Radar Omega has a new mascot, the bench. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. The only reason why we're still alive is because of this bench. I feel like we would have been, if this bench didn't exist, we might not even be live right now. Like, we would have probably ended like an hour ago if this bench just did not exist. It's so dumb. Bruh, the chat summary. Viewers are discussing the recent storm and its impacts on the beach and local areas. They suggest names for the bench, including Larry, Benny, Billy, Max Benchosity. We got Max Benchosity, Debbie, and Gerard. Where did Debbie and Gerard come from? Well, I know about Debbie, but Gerard? Who said Gerard? Why would that even be a name? Max Benchosity goes crazy, though. This is a more zoomed-in view of the chat summary. Will you make a bench t-shirt? We already have one. I mean, it's the Drunkacane t-shirt. We just replaced the trampoline with a bench. If you want to check it out, the link's in the chat. It's also in the description. This camera needs to be here forever. Man, if Radar Omega just kept the camera here 24/7, that'd be so lit. Just to see the bench. It'd at least bring back some good memories. Bench has provided us entertainment today. I am low-key, though, probably gonna get Culver's for lunch. Just letting you guys know. Probably gonna get some cheese curds. I haven't had cheese curds in a week, and I'm really craving cheese curds. Have I seen the new Twisters movie? I was going to this past weekend, and then Debbie happened. We're cooked? We're not cooked. Trust me. We'll make sure the cheese curd curse doesn't happen this time. Actually, I might not get cheese curds in case the Midwest goes crazy. So we're not getting cheese curds. Never mind. I might get Blaze Pizza, though. Blaze Pizza sounds good. All right, we won't get cheese curds, all right? We'll hold off on the cheese curds for now. I'm a bit late to the party, but did Debbie make landfall? It did. I made landfall at 7 a.m. as a Category 1 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, pressure at 979 millibars, and made landfall near, can't remember the name, but it is somewhere in here. Steinhatchee, Florida is where I made landfall. Yeah, I'll probably just get Blaze Pizza for lunch or something. Midwest is gonna cook so hard tonight. I don't think the Midwest is gonna be that crazy. I'm really surprised that they have that large of a 5% tornado risk today. We actually have a little bit of rotation, it looks like, right here. Like maybe a little bit of circulation just south of Frankfurt. Maybe just a little bit that's rain wrapped. Not much, just a little bit of circulation. But this isn't the threat. The threat is later today. This is the tornado risk for today. 5% in Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Minnesota. 2% into Chicago. Again, I don't know. I don't think we're going to be live for this, but we'll see. If for whatever reason I do not go and have dinner with Storm Chasers or whatever, I will probably go live for it, but if not, probably not. And even then, I kind of doubt it. It doesn't look like it's going to be that big of an event. At least from what I've been seeing. And there are no Storm Chasers out there, so we would have, like, literally no live footage of anything happening. Somebody's alert is going off again in somebody's car. Alright. Well. We are 4 hours into the stream. I don't think we're going for much longer. So I think the plan is, as we watch the bench one last time here, let's get a salute in the chat for the bench. Might see it again another day. Who knows? Not chasing today. Windshield replacement. Oh, that's so unfortunate, dude. Ryan, you're like the only person that I would know that would be chasing that. And I saw you say that on Twitter yesterday. Like, I was like, you have to be chasing, but I don't think anybody's chasing up there. I don't think anybody's chasing the Midwest at all today. Unless there's somebody that I just don't know of that is. Maybe I'll just go up and chase the Midwest at this point. Like, you know, get a flight, get a rental car, just go chase real quick. Be the only chaser out there. Quickly go to Stormer Media.
We're just trying to get back
Driving
into
through
this
some of the
van
rain right now in the
to see
eye.
What's going on in this again?
This is Brandon Kopic. He's still on the water. We got Brandon Kopic on YouTube and Radar Omega. That's what it looks like near the water right now, kind of in this area that we're talking about. Appreciate that, JD. I'm not going to Michigan, though. I don't know when I'm ever going to go to Michigan. Who are we raiding? We're going to raid Storm Intermedia. Their trip was really expensive to fly out here, so give them a raid. They literally came all the way from Arizona, so if I'm being honest, the tornado risk looks like crap. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why there's a 5%. Maybe it goes crazy. I don't know. It looks pretty conditional to me, though. Probably just a conditional 5%. But even then, I would say 2% would be more realistic. I mean, I'm not going live unless, like, I'm still at my studio, because I was thinking about going meeting up with Storm Chasers later. So, if that happens, I'm not going to be in the studio at all. It's DL's birthday? Oh, yeah, today is DL's birthday from Storm Intermedia. I forgot. Yeah, we're definitely rating them for that, too. Why we got politics in the chat about the bench? There's no shot. Like, there's no way we're making the bench political. Check Twitter. I'll look real quick. The bench is the dumbest thing. We need to get a picture of Buzz Lightyear, Max Velocity, and Connor Croft sitting on the bench. No. No, we don't. We definitely don't need that. Bench for president? Absolutely. So let's make the bench the president. On that note, that's going to do it for today's stream. It's been a good one. I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you want to download the app, it's the weather app we've been using the entire stream. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. As a reminder, we are going to do a raid, so stay here. We're going to raid Storm Intermedia. Their trip was very expensive to come here, so we're going to give them some love. Other than that, again, make sure that you subscribe to the channel if you're new here, like the stream if you enjoyed it. And we might be live again tonight. I kind of doubt it, but if we are, we are. If we're not, you know where I am, basically. And then other than that, appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks for supporting the page. And thank you to anybody that super chatted or became a member. We didn't quite get to 25 members today, so no gritty, but maybe another day. All right. I'm going to probably get some food. And if we have to go live later, again, we will try. But if I'm not here, then I'm not going to go live. So, yeah. All right. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your day. And I, again, don't think there's much more to talk about for the next several hours anyways. It's been kind of, pretty mid anyways. So, stay tuned. Don't leave. We're going to raid Storm Intermedia. So, we'll see you guys all again in the next stream or video. Thank you, B. Smith, also for the $1.99 super chat. We're not doing that, but thank you for the super chat. Have a great, safe rest of your day. I usually say night, but it's daytime. So, we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Thanks for watching.